Afternoon, Councilor Edwards.
Afternoon, everyone. We'll get started shortly. I'm just waiting on the list of arrivals, and then we'll go through some housekeeping. Be ready to move. I see you, Cheryl. 1 second. Cheryl, did you have an administrative question, or are you just noting that you're here? Oh, let me text.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Did you have a question about?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be to get on the panel.
Yes.
Are we only showing pictures of people when they're speaking or something? How does that work? Like, I can't see everybody unless you're speaking side by side with speaker.
So I'll go through the housekeeping of how it's going to work. When you're speaking, the person's the vision is on the person speaking at the time for the public, but we're not in a panel as in 4 people in a row or anything. The camera will just focus on them. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started because we have a lot ahead of us. But I think I'm going to do a lot of house cleaning right now. And I'll just start with the opening statement to make sure we're all set. We can go ahead and do that. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm being told by Tanisha Sullivan that she's in the gallery.
Got you. Let me just you know what? I'll make sure I go through again to make sure all the panelists are ready to go. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Council, can somebody enable me Spanish interpretation, or do you want me to make an announcement?
Why don't I will introduce you when I formally start it. I'll just say, hello, I'm Councilor Edwards. We're here for this hearing, and then I will introduce you, Erica. Erica? Can you hear me? Erica, can anyone hear me? Am I muted?
We can hear you, Madam.
I'll hear you.
Okay. So for Erica, I'll start it off. We had a lot of house cleaning in front of us, and then but before I get into major details, we'll have Erica start it off so we understand that Spanish interpretation is available. Okay. So what was I doing? Tanisha. Councilor Roy, I don't see her in the waiting room.
She's in.
She's in?
There you go.
Oh, so she's in. We're all set? For those who are on the panels who may not have come in yet, we'll when we announce the panel, you will be all let in, okay? So just want to go ahead and get started. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Edwards. This I'm chair of the Government Operations Committee. And before I get started on any other details, I'd like to introduce Erica Perez, who is providing Spanish translation today. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's Erica, are you speaking? Erica, are you still here?
Yes, now I can. Somebody just disabled me. Sorry, somebody enable me just so you know you won't be able to hear me.
Okay, so if you'd like to
So,
make me, okay.
yes. Hola, mi nombre es Erika Pérez y yo voy a ser la traductora, intérprete para la audiencia del día de hoy. Así que si usted está usando su computadora, va a mirar un globito y en el globo usted presiona y escoge español. Si usted está llamando desde su celular y tiene la aplicación de Zoom, va a mirar 3 puntitos y en esos 3 puntitos escoja interpretación de idioma, español y finalizado. Si no hace eso, no lo deja escuchar la interpretación. Hello, my name is Erika Perez. I will be providing Spanish-English interpretation today. If you would like to hear someone speaking in Spanish, you want to hear the interpretation, you will be hearing me. When they enable me, well, you'll see a little glove. Click on the glove, English, choose English, and then you'll be able to hear the Spanish interpretation. If you're calling from your cell phone or you have the app, there's 3 dots there on more, choose language interpretation and English. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. So now we're going to formally start the hearing. We have a lot of housekeeping. I have a lot of formal statements to make. So I just wanted people to know that that's what we're going to do. And in this entire, in that statement, I'll also talk about how we're going to go about this hearing, which we expect to be very long. We have a lot of wonderful people excited to testify about democracy. And I've allotted 4 hours so far for today's conversation. But I want to assure everybody I will stay on until the last person wants to speak. Okay, so as will many of my colleagues, I'm sure. So let's get started. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm City Councilor Lydia Edwards. I'm chair of the Committee on Government Operations. It's Tuesday, January 26, 2021. Happy New Year. And we are here today for a virtual hearing on Docket 0155, an act relative to the office of mayor in the city of Boston. Councilor Arroyo, this proposal, Councilor Arroyo sponsored this proposal, and it was referred to the committee on January 13, 2021. In accordance with Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 executive order, we're having this hearing via Zoom. This helps us to balance our obligations under open meeting law, but also with the current, the safety of the public to make sure that no one is compromised in trying to participate. The public may watch this meeting via live stream at www.boston.gov/city-council-tv. Will also be rebroadcasted at a later date on Xfinity 8, RCN 82, Verizon 964. For public testimony, written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.go@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. Quick summary, this is a home rule petition which will amend the city's charter by providing that if a vacancy occurs in the office of mayor in the year of 2021, the president of the city council will become acting mayor for the remainder of the unexpired term. Under current charter provisions, section 13 of the Acts of 1948 is amended. If the office of mayor becomes vacant before March 5th, 2021, the city council would be required to call for a special election to fill that vacancy, as it's written. Today, participating on behalf of the administration are Commissioner Anaida Tavares. Also joining us is Michelle Tassinari, Relief Director of Elections from the Massachusetts Secretary of State's office. We also have a combined panel consisting of, on the same panel. So I intend to go from the administration, the Secretary of State. I believe we also have signed up is the Research Municipal Bureau. We have also individuals from Cheryl Crawford from Mass Vote, Carrie Costello from League of Women Voters, Boston, and Beth Long from the Massachusetts Voter Table. And I believe Tanisha Sullivan from from the NAACP, and Segun from BECMA, who's also joining us. Sorry if I missed. For some reason, I don't have the same. But my apologies. So before I turn it over to my colleagues to do some brief introductory remarks, I just want to remind everybody, especially my colleagues, this is a hearing. And the key point of hearing is the word hear. We're here today to hear from the public. This should be centered on them. So I will, after we do our quick introduction, the order of what we're going to do will be as follows. We will have the counselors, led by the lead sponsor, speak briefly about this. Then we'll go to public testimony, as was requested by many people, because they would like to be centered, they would like to be heard. I'd like to do at least a half-hour public testimony. And then we'll go to the combined panel, which I mentioned includes the Secretary of State and advocates, and as well as the elections department. Then at that point, after all of that testimony, I'm going to ask my colleagues to do very brief questions in one round. That round of questions can go to whomever spoke. That way we're getting to the heart of the matter. If you don't have any questions, or if you're still making up your mind, I would encourage you to just give that time to the public. Because after our round of questioning, I intend to give the balance of the time, ideally the rest of the 3 hours, to the public to speak. Now I want to just give some quick background so people understand why we're here, why this timing, and what's going on. On January 13th, Councilor Arroyo introduced this home rule petition. On the same day, I said I would have a hearing, a working session, and there'll be a vote in a timely manner. Today is the hearing. This Friday at 2 p.m. will be the working session. The vote will be the 3rd of February. We have to do this now because we are not sure of when, or honestly, if the mayor will leave before March 5th. But what we can control is whether we as a community want to have a special election or not. And that is what this conversation is about. There are people speaking why we should or should not have 4 elections in the span of months in 1 year. And that's the overall goal. The working session will be discussing the language. And I encourage people, of course, you can testify to what you would like, but I would encourage people to keep the details, the commas, the concerns, the questions about all of those things for the working session. Why? Because that's a very detailed, down conversation. And I think in order to be really accessible to the public, we want to keep the conversation at the overall question, special or no. I want to make sure that people understand that I take this job very seriously. And I understand that for me, this moment needed to be transparent. It needed to be clear. It needed to be notified. And the conversation needed to be without question. And while I can't control any rumors or concerns about my motives or the council's motives or whatnot, I want to be very clear that this legislation is not proposed to help or hurt anybody. This process is not going through to help or hurt anybody. I want to also be very clear that I'm also aware that who I am means I'm held to a higher standard. And I intend to rise to that standard and that occasion every single time I operate as the government ops chair. And if I have questions about those standards, I will never apologize for asking about them. Today's hearing is a result of questions being answered. This process will go through. And if you would like to bring up anything about that, you are free to do so, but I will direct your testimony to the overall question, special or no. Because there's so many people signed up to speak today, as the public comes to speak, I'm going to ask you to keep your testimony to 2 minutes. So I think I've covered everything. Just another reminder, we do have Spanish translation. I believe there's a little globe at the bottom that you could click on so you can hear in live stream what I'm speaking and what everyone else is speaking in Spanish. So I want to thank everybody for coming here today. Again, I remind my colleagues, we're here to listen. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the lead sponsor, and then in order of arrival, all of my colleagues may do some introductory remarks. Councilor Arroyo is the lead sponsor. He'll be followed by Counselor Flynn, Counselor Flaherty, Counselor Janey, Counselor, Counselor Mejia, Counselor Bach, and Counselor O'Malley, and then myself.
I'm on, Counselor Edwards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am also Counselor Edwards.
Counselor,
Skip, remember me, Skip?
And I'm here too.
I'm looking right at you. My apologies.
No worries.
So just for folks to understand, this is a Zoom of like with hundreds of people on here, and so that is not without. It's not intentional. If I'm missing something or not seeing something, I'm apologizing in advance. I'm trying to manage a lot. So, and let me just check. I'm sure the text message came in with the next order of arrival, but also here, Counselor Campbell, Counselor Braden, and Counselor Baker. Did I miss any other counselors? Okay, so Counselor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm going to just jump right into it. Having multiple elections for the office of mayor in the same year, in the midst of a pandemic, is a serious threat to the health of our residents and communities. It will certainly contribute to the disenfranchisement of people of color, the disabled, and low-income communities, and would be wasteful and a costly expenditure for the city at a time when our revenues are down and so many critical services are in need of increased funding. Like the chair, I agree that how we do this process is as important as what we do. And with that in mind, it is my hope that we address and we clear up some of the things that have come out of this process. And one of those things was a legal memorandum that was commissioned by the chair, that was authorized for release to the council by the chair, and that was subsequently made public and has created, I think, an air of controversy that we should clear up. I was able to reach out directly to the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission immediately upon receiving this, and within 45 minutes, it was made clear to me that this legal memorandum was based on faulty application of law. And it would be my hope that this chair and this committee will at some point during this process release a memo or release a statement clearing the record and making sure that those errors that were made and that have been documentedly made are corrected. I think that's the correct thing to do. The way that this HRP was created, it was created to address a looming emergency. The charter has two options, an option A and an option B. Option A is if the mayor is to leave before March 5th, we're supposed to have a special election. Option B would be after March 5th, the acting mayor, acting city council president becomes the acting mayor until the conclusion of her term, which is January. What this proposal is it says, let's just do option B. Let's just presume that we're starting as option B after March 5th. Even if he were to leave March 4th, let's just do what it says to do March 5th. Let's not create this special election. The creation of this is actually, I want to be transparent about that process. This was created by the city council legal staff. We put together the language for the HRP. It was then created in partnership after that with the Secretary of State's legal counsel and the city's legal counsel. And they're the ones who did the official language. And here's why that's important. The precedent that we are following is the precedent of Lawrence, Massachusetts. Lawrence, Massachusetts did the very same thing. Their city charter had two options, option A and option B. They went with option B. And that's what we're doing here. We're not rewriting the charter. We're simply saying the charter says to do this after March 5th. That's what we're going to do. That made it through the House, made it through the Senate, was signed by the governor, and just this week was affirmed by the judiciary. That is the precedent that we are following. That's why I will not deviate from the language of that charter, of the home rule petition as it's written, because we have the precedent that this stands not just the test of the legislature and the governor, but also the judiciary. And again, the purpose of this is not to put the thumb on the scale for any one candidate. The purpose of this is to make sure that we are ensuring the health of our residents, our city workers who would have to man the polls 4 times for the same office, and for volunteers. It's for equity on all bases, equity of health, equity of making sure that we're ensuring enfranchisement, and it's also for the stability of the city and ensuring that we're not doing multiple turnovers and multiple transitions in the middle of a state of emergency in the same year. And frankly, finally, and to me important, but on the bottom of that scale is economics. We are on a downtime in revenues, and we're going to be getting a budget, I believe next month, and then we're going to be shaping that budget over the summer. And we are going to be fighting for youth jobs and for healthcare options and for things like rent appropriations so that we can help assist folks who can't make their rents. And this money would be much better served to do that. And so that is in a nutshell the reason for this and why I'm pushing for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Counselor Flynn.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Edwards. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo, for filing this. And thank you again, Councilor Edwards, for your leadership as chair of government operations. I've heard from residents who have expressed to me concerns regarding the proposal to override the charter, bypass a special election. And I also heard from residents who have called attention to the fiscal shape of the city, budget crunch we will face in the aftermath or the ongoing COVID-19. Residents are also highlighted the challenges logistically, especially with candidates having to get the required number of signatures for nomination papers during a pandemic, while observing public health guidelines and physical distancing as well. Having a special election can also make it challenging for voter outreach, engaging our immigrant communities who are already heavily impacted by the pandemic. I've heard from many activists in the civil rights and immigration communities that highlighted those issues to me. This is a very important matter for our city and us as a body to consider. I look forward to learning more about the details and logistics about this hearing, about this proposal, and we'll carefully weigh the information. I also want to thank the city election commissioner and her team for being here, and the activists, but I also want to say thank you to the Spanish interpreter and city council staff, central staff, that behind the scenes do tremendous work for our body and for our city. Thank you, Councilor Edwards.
Thank you. Counselor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, obviously for hosting, and for our colleague, Councilor Arroyo, for filing. And as a citywide council, of course, and what's important to me, obviously, is all 22 wards and 255 precincts. So my chief concern is that our residents have a voice in this process while balancing the public health needs as well as the financial cost to our city. So I look forward to that testimony. I'd be remiss if I did not mention that the Boston City Council has two incredible attorneys who have and continue to objectively counsel and guide myself, my staff over the years, as they do all of our colleagues, particularly as it pertains to a wide range of legislation and laws, which play a key role in how we're supposed to approach our responsibilities and understanding of city business. So their input is invaluable, and they're always willing to offer their guidance. And further, as an attorney myself and as an elected official, I do my best to be open to more than one interpretation of in effect laws and proposed legislation, and being open to feedback and to testimony that we'll hear today from diverse perspectives and stakeholders. So on that note, once again, want to commend the attorneys that we have on our staff, and also commend you, Madam Chair, for doing your due diligence and seeking guidance and feedback from more than one legal mind, and of course to the lead sponsor for his efforts to put this before the council. So and our hope is that after this hearing and or a potential working session, that the action we'll take will be in the best interest of the residents, all of the residents of the city of Boston who we work for, we serve. And so with that, I have a number of questions, specific questions for the election department at the appropriate time, but we'll cede the remainder of my time back to the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Janey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and many thanks to the maker, to the panelists, and all those who are signed up to testify today. The January 6th insurrection serves to remind us that our democracy is fragile and it must be protected. In Boston, we have an important decision before us. Will we fail to act and disenfranchise Black, Latinx, and low-income communities by holding multiple elections that would cost millions of dollars? But even worse, it would jeopardize the health and wellness of our entire city, especially communities already disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. It is rare that people in our city agree, but in this case, Governor Baker, Mayor Walsh, Congresswoman Presley, Secretary Galvin, members of the state legislature, the Boston Elections Department, the Boston Globe Editorial Board, Mass Vote, Right to the City Vote, the NAACP, Amplify Latinx, the Chinese Progressive Association, and countless others all agree that a special election is at best foolish and at worst dangerous. The only disagreement I have heard are from individuals on this body who seemed more concerned about perceived advantages or disadvantages for counselors who may run than the disenfranchisement of voters or the health risks due to COVID or the financial cost or the instability to our city. Ultimately, our focus must be what's best for the residents that we represent and serve, and not what will help or hurt council candidates. For anyone concerned about conflict of interest, the Ethics Commission has the final say and can offer an advisory to anyone with questions. I did just that after reading the advisory that was offered to Councilor Arroyo. And here is what was said about my participation on the matter of docket 0155. And I'll just read a few of the quotes here in the interest of time. So I'm quoting, "You are the president of the Boston City Council. You advised that a home rule petition has been introduced in the City Council that would eliminate the 2021 special election for mayor. You inquired as to whether the conflict of interest law would restrict your participation in the discussion or vote on the home rule petition in light of the fact that as City Council president, you would automatically become the acting mayor upon the mayor's resignation. As we discussed, this matter will not raise any issues for you under the conflict of interest law. Further, this matter will not raise any issue under any other provision of the conflict of interest law, including section 23. Therefore, you may participate in the discussion and the vote on the home rule petition regardless of the fact that you would become acting mayor upon the mayor's resignation and regardless of whether you may consider running in one of the upcoming elections." End quote. The Ethics Commission is available to any of us. And given the importance of this matter, I hope each of you, and I'm speaking to my colleagues, will seek counsel and cast an actual vote on the matter when it comes before this body. The residents of Boston deserve that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Janey. Councilor Mejia?
Yes. Thank you to the chair and to the sponsor. And I just want to give a big shout out to President Council Janey for sharing and clarifying and really helping us understand, because that memo was definitely confusing to me. So thank you for keeping it 100 with us. So I've been having a real hard time with this conversation because I've been someone who always wants to call people in and not just call them out. But you know, I've also been known to do just that. And so if I really want to be true to my authentic self, because I need to advocate for what our people need at this moment in time. We're in the middle of a pandemic and infection rates are higher than they've been. Massachusetts ranks 29 in vaccine distribution, and unless we see some major changes, we're likely to going to stay there. We're also likely to going to see a smaller budget than we did last year, which can put a strain on a lot of our city departments. When looking at all of this, holding an election after an election, after an election, after an election is completely irresponsible. It is financially irresponsible. It is irresponsible for public health, and it is irresponsible to expect voters to decide who their mayor will be in just 120 days. But let's be real. None of the arguments in favor of the special elections have anything to do with public health or financial security or voter turnout. No, they have to do with power. But let me remind everyone who is listening in, this isn't a conversation about power. It's a conversation about people. The people are the ones who will be the most impacted by these special elections. The people are the ones who have the power to choose their next mayor. And it's the people's voice that need to be front and center in this conversation. We can't sit by the sidelines and wait for a handful of politically savvy people to decide and maneuver how this mayoral race is going to look like. I am in full support of this home rule petition, and I hope to use my voice to serve as a microphone for people to elevate their needs and concerns. And I look forward to this conversation and wanted to just give a quick shout out to all the advocates who have taken the time to submit written testimony and to understand that at the end of the day, we work for you. You put us in office, and just the way that you put us in, you can also take us out. And this is really an opportunity for you to see how people are making decisions upon the things that you deeply care about and whether or not we are actually listening to your concerns. So hold us to task and hold us accountable and make sure that what you want is what we deliver. And if we don't, then you know what to do. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for holding this hearing and making sure that we're having a transparent process on this issue. I also want to thank all the members of the public who are signed up to testify today. I have some quibbles with some of the characterizations of legal language, both in the HRP and the memo. I think I'm going to limit my comments to the main issue you've asked us to focus on today. And when I think about why in my gut it makes sense to cancel the special election, what I find myself thinking about the most is silent hallways and community rooms in places in my district that are usually bustling multilingual communities, like Mission Park and Mission Hill. These are places where residents, including many seniors, are deeply engaged in the life of the city, and where we'd be hosting big community events weekly or monthly in ordinary times. And instead, we've mainly used those silent common rooms to stack the food boxes that we're delivering to every elder over the past year. It was very hard not to be able to really reach people when we were trying to get the word out about the census. And I think part of the reason Mission Park sticks in my head is that when the MBTA threatened to cut the E-line past Brigham Circle, I felt like my constituents were being penalized for the fact that they were following our advice to stay home, not gather, not ride public transportation, and that to add insult to injury, they weren't able to get together in a large group in person and say no to the T that wanted to cut their service. So in light of that ongoing situation, I don't think we should put them in that position again. I think the strongest argument for pushing the important decision of who our next mayor is back to the regular election cycle is that democracy isn't just about casting ballots. It's about neighbors talking to neighbors. It's about people having a chance to meet the candidates and the opportunity for a full-length conversation about the future of the city. The reality is that the presidential election, which we did just have during COVID, was also an air war waged on TV and the web. And for sure, there's going to be a lot of both types of advertising in a mayor's race. But personally, I value the fact that our great city is still enough of a town that you can't just run in 2 dimensions. You and your supporters have to show up in 3 dimensions and convince people in every language. And as we work to deliver the vaccine to every corner of our community, I sort of picture when will we be able to have that full, robust, participatory democratic process. And I think it's if we choose our next mayor at this fall's regular election. So that's why I'm supporting canceling the special election. As I said, however, when this issue first came up at the council meeting, when we focus on the candidates and their interests, of course, we see all kinds of mixed political motives. Those are definitely operating, and I don't understand the instinct to sort of silence those concerns because I think they're real dynamics. I think they're out there in the public conversation. And as I've just said, I believe deliberation's a key part of democracy. So I think we have to be honest that this helps those candidates who are just starting to contemplate a run, that our charter sets up a real pro-incumbency bias, and that there are therefore issues with having an acting mayor who can also be a candidate, that all these things, frankly, we're better able to move towards having an HRP and having a cancellation of the special election if we put those things on the table in the light of day and say, yes, those are considerations, but let's turn to the question, not of the perspective of the candidates, but the question of the voters. And I do think that for me, as I've weighed it up, focusing on the voters, for the voters of Boston, I think it's the better call to cancel the special. I don't think that cost should be a factor. I think if it were to the voters' benefit to have a special, we should spend the money to do it and do it well. But what I've found talking to the elections professionals, and what I think we're going to hear from them today, is that in terms of them setting up the runway to run a really great, robust election with multilingual information and COVID-safe precautions, that's the better call. And I'm looking forward to hearing more today from Anaida Tavares, our election commissioner, who I really want to give credit for doing an amazing job running a series of safe elections for us last year. So I think that, that's to me where I'm coming down, and it has to do with what I've heard from lots of advocates and also what I've seen in my community in terms of the kind of pause on that type of interpersonal engagement that I think is a key piece of our democracy, just as much as filling in the oval and dropping the ballot in the machine. I'm hopeful, Madam Chair, that in a working session, we can reach consensus language that can pass both here on the council and at the State House with strong support. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to hearing from our communities and the election professionals today. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will heed your advice in keeping this opening statement as brief as possible, because it is the most important to hear from members of the public, advocates, and certainly Commissioner Tavares and her team, who we have many questions on sort of implementation for any elections. First off, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your running as thorough and transparent a process as possible. This is complicated, this is nuanced, and this deserves the type of deliberation that we're putting before it today and in the subsequent working session. Obviously, I think some of you know, and certainly the commissioner knows, beginning back in April, I first called for a hearing order exploring vote by mail for last year's primary and general elections, and certainly something I've been advocating for many, many years. We should continue to do it during the pandemic and post-pandemic and beyond. So I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Commissioner Tavares and her team on resources, regardless of whether there is a special election or not. There will certainly be a municipal election this fall. What preparations are already being underway as it relates to the myriad steps in running for office, nomination papers, et cetera. There was, I think, a great solution at the state level last year to allow for online signature gatherings, but other issues that will come up in any election, and certainly part of this conversation has to be what the election calendar looks like. So appreciate your leadership, Madam Chair, and my colleagues for being here, but most importantly, looking forward to hearing from members of the public. Thank you for your time. I will say that I'll be participating. I am on paternity leave, but wanted to participate this, so I will likely have my camera turned off for most of it because I'll be with my little baby, but looking forward to participating best I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have much to say other than I'm totally undecided on where I'm going on this. I mean, I'm thrilled that people have found the financial light. So, I mean, that just makes me happy now that we're gonna think about finances now. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards. I'll be very brief so we can give the time so I can give my time to the people. I signed my name onto this. I will be participating in this hearing. I will vote on this. I also want to thank the advocates for their work, my residents. I want to thank you as chair. It has not been easy to navigate this. I want to thank central staff as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also to Councillor Arroyo for sponsoring this HRP. I also want to thank all our central staff and for the incredible work that they do every day behind the scenes. Like my previous speaker, Councillor Campbell, I really feel that it's important to hear from the folks, our public, who want to participate in this very important conversation. I look forward to the testimony from our election specialists, our elections department from the state level, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly say I want to thank central staff. I want to thank them for answering any questions that I had. I want to thank everybody for seeking the advice that they needed from the State Ethics Commission. As Councilor Janey noted, they are the final word. So whatever word and advice they got, I'm happy that they received it. As for the current matter of where I'd like the conversation to stay today, again, it's about special or no, why or why not. And I have heard from some people who really frame the conversation as follow the charter or don't, or change the rules or don't. And I think that's very narrow in the understanding and focus of what's really in front of us. As many of my colleagues have noted, the issue isn't about that so much as does 4 elections in a pandemic make us more democratic or not? That's the question. And I, so far, have not had an answer as to how that we are more democratic that way. Yes, there are many issues, political concerns, weighing candidates in this House, outside of this House, so on and so forth. And all of those things may come out in this hearing. But I think for us and today, this conversation, as the framer noted, or excuse me, as the sponsor noted, and as several colleagues noted, the question today is not about the internal politics. It's not about the external politics. It's about democracy and safety and how we balance both in electing our next mayor. So, as I stated before, we were going to do some brief comments from the public because per request actually from the public, they wanted to come, they asked to go forward because they felt that many times they're put last. This is centered on their understanding of democracy. It's 3:41. I'm going to try and give about a half hour or so of just public testimony. And the more people who stick within the 2-minute limit, the more people we can have speak. And then we're going to go to the combined admin advocacy panel. And then after that, colleagues, you get back in your time. We'll go through the one round of quick, I hope ideal quick questions to the panelists. I don't think 5 minutes per is it appropriate at this time. We're talking about just an hour of us talking. I really prefer that you guys stick within 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes as well, so we can again get back to the public for the remainder of the several hours left. So I have a list of some people who signed up to speak publicly. I'm going to name them 4 at a time. That gives our central staff the opportunity to unmute your mics and get you prepared to speak. And also for you, if you're running around and not presently in front of your camera, to come back in time. I'll call you twice. If you're not there, if you're not put on, or if you're not available, then I'm going to put you towards the end. I will try my best to check text messages and emails if you're running late, but please, I prefer you stay in if you signed up. So our first 4 speakers, we have former Senator Diane Wilkerson, Scott Corey, and again, if I mispronounce any of your names, please correct me, Eric Estevez, and Priscilla Flint Banks, who may or may not be here, but I know sent a statement. So we can get those 4 people ready to go and testify.
Madam Chair, would you like me to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the sponsor of this home rule petition, Councilor Arroyo. I want to be mindful of everyone's time, so let me get right to it. As you all know, among other things, I served for 16 years in the state Senate. 12 of those years I spent as the chair of state administration, solely responsible for handling home rule petitions filed by every single one of the 351 cities and towns. So I know a little bit about the process. And we've had some that worked well. We've had some we had to turn back. And so I'm not going to bore you with that because I think that is one of those working session discussions. And if I can be helpful, I will. But I want to say this. I support the petition that would allow Boston to forego a special election for the purpose of electing an acting mayor for 4 months for 3 reasons. Not only is the city as a whole surging and about to embark on a whole new world of new viruses, the new virulent one announced yesterday actually from Brazil. And we talked about UK, we talked about South Africa, and now we have to add Brazil to that list. But particularly for me, spending much of my time right now on COVID-19 in the Black community, what I want the councilors to know is that the positivity rate in Roxbury's 02119 right now is 14.3%. Mattapan is at 13.2. 02121 in Dorchester is in the 13th percentile. The communities where Black people populate in this city all have positivity rates of more than 11%. If you recall, it was 5% was the trigger to close our schools. We're almost 3 times that rate and counting. So not only are we surging, but we're also in a fight with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts about even our ability to get vaccine sites. So we are not as fortunate as some communities where we have all of the virus, we have the surging, And yet the Commonwealth decides to put the first vaccine site in South Boston. And so I understand that some people would be more comfortable than others. We are scared to death, and that is not an exaggeration. And so the disparities are real. And so we have to be that much more concerned about unnecessarily exposing our disabled population, our seniors. It was a long planned production to get them to be able to be involved in the November 3rd general election. We don't even have those options because we have no mail-in for this process. The second reason why I said that there were 3 reasons. You know, it humors me to hear people say that they think that one of the reasons are political. I think Councillor Bach said it right. Well, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. How about this is politics? And so the fact that there may be some political factoring, that doesn't bother me, doesn't offend me. I just hope that in the end that this council would make their decision based on what's best for the people. I think the third is, you know, to the counselors, I would say, do you want to be that guy? Do you want to be that girl? Do you want to be that counselor that's held responsible for endangering the lives for so many people of color? Because that's what it gets down to me. That's the decision you have to make. This is real. There may be a lot of other issues. I personally have some grave concerns of how a legal memo that was so wrong got distributed to the council to rely on. And yes, I'm trained in the law too, and we can have different interpretations of the law, but there's no different interpretation of the statement in the law that says that home rule petitions are exempt from sections of Chapter 268A, which is our conflict of interest law. So I'm really here speaking on the issue of the COVID-19. Like I said, this is very, very real. There is no mail-in ballot process at this time. Council, Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity. I support the Boston foregoing the special election, and I really hope that we have a continued opportunity to work with the council to make sure that we do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Scott, Corey, and Eric Estevez, if you want to raise your hands, we don't see you actually here right now. But for those of you, when I call your name, raise your hand so we can pull you in. But right now we don't see those two.
Council,
yep.
Mr. Estevez might be under the Lenny Zachem Fund label. There's someone with their hand raised.
Mr. Corey or Mr. Estevez?
Yeah.
Estevez.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, I'm sorry. You're saying Eric Estevez is under the Lenny Zachem Fund?
That's what I suspect, yes.
My apologies. We'll go ahead and unmute the Lenny Zachem Fund. You can proceed.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself and rename myself. I have the floor?
Yes, you do. 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Eric Estevez. I'm a resident of Roxbury. I echo many calls from the community spanning a wide range of races, ethnicities, neighborhoods to vote yes for this home rule petition with no amendments to avoid the special election. For me, I'll start and end with this refrain of focus. In business, sports, education, and the military, preparedness and contingency planning are critical. So regardless of how fast the confirmation process moves, I think we would be remiss to not be prepared. So it's a focus on preparation. Passing this legislation promptly so it can move through the State House is of utmost importance. We've already seen this occur locally in Lawrence and across the country in many other cities who have acknowledged the extremely extenuating circumstances that exist with holding elections during an ongoing global public health pandemic. Focus on precedent. Frankly, it is also my hope that there is an increase in political will across the entire council to truly inspect and assess the many ways in which the city charter should be updated to reflect current realities. That's a focus on policy. When passed, this home rule petition will result in greater stability and a more equitable, safer, and fiscally responsible mayoral election. Holding a special election could lead to possibly as many as 4 different individuals serving as mayor between now and January 20, 2022. This city needs continuity, stable leadership, and sensible transition planning during all of this uncertainty as a focus on stability. High participation in 2 safe elections leads to greater public trust. Boston's Black, Latino, Asian, African-American, Cape Verdean communities, individuals with disabilities, essential workers have faced the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic, as Senator Wilkinson also shared, in terms of essential worker exposure, surging infection rates, disproportionate mortality rates, loss of jobs and benefits. So it's also a focus on safety and racial equity. And lastly, I also urge for this to not benefit or disadvantage any specific candidate, but also recognize that special elections historically yield lower turnouts. It was noted in a recent MassInc report, nearly a quarter of state representatives and a third of state senators hold office through state special elections. So it's really a focus on democracy and transparency. And lastly, the expiration of vote by mail means that there are limited voting options because those expanded early voting options will expire on March 31st. And you'll hear from more folks on the panel to elaborate. But I thank you and I cede my time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call out Scott one more time. If not, I know Priscilla Flint Banks is I see her image. Priscilla, you may proceed. Priscilla, we unmute her mic.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm multitasking here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. I'm multitasking here. I'm sorry. How's everybody doing? Thank you. Hello, Julia. How you doing? It's good to see everybody. I really appreciate having this hearing. So I'm just going to read my statement very quickly, and then I just want to thank everybody who's on here. So good afternoon, City Councilors. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Priscilla Flint Banks. I am the co-founder and director of the Black Economic Justice Institute, a nonprofit organization that advocates for good jobs and fair housing in our communities, Roxbury, Dorchester, and Mattapan. BG was created 9 years ago when we saw the injustice of the construction industry. My husband, Brother Lowe, and I have been advocating and bringing attention to the lack of compliance of the Boston Resident Job Policy and continues this work for change. BG is also the convener for the Black Boston COVID-19 Coalition, a coalition of over 200 individuals and organizations that are working together to support and assist our communities to make sure we are getting the education, resources, and services that we need during this pandemic. I am here today to ask you to please pass this homeroom petition and give it to the State House as soon as possible. Our neighbors and family members are suffering, dying, and falling very ill. We are doing all we can to keep our seniors and young people safe and fed. Our community does not want a special election. There are several sound reasons not to have it. We need stable leadership during the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery. Having a special election 2 months before the primary is going to cause more havoc and craziness, leaving our city not represented in the way we should because half of the city councilors are running for mayor. We believe all the people of color, the disabled, and the low and moderate income residents must have a voice in determining who will be our next mayor, and having this special election will not allow that. Having 4 elections in 5 months during COVID-19, in my opinion, is insane. I don't know who can think this is a good idea. The past year was one of the worst for a lot of us because of COVID-19. I personally lost my mom and other members of my family and friends. Putting such a burden on the residents of Boston is unfair, unkind, and unreasonable. I ask you to please think about what would happen if this special election takes place. Thank you. And I did send you all the city councils a copy of my testimony. Thank you.
Yeah. Just checking. Are we Checking on the Spanish translation. All right, I think everything is okay. Sorry about that. So we'll just continue on down the list for a little bit more. I have Sean Ryan, George Greenridge, Yahaira Alvarenga, and Lauren Peter. Just give a little bit of time to get everyone up and running. I see Lauren's raised her hand. Sean, Ryan, George, Greenwich, my apologies. Yahaira Alvarenga. See Yahaira's here. Sean, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 2 minutes, Sean.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards, for chairing the hearing. This is Sean Ryan in Roxbury, and I'm just calling to express some reservations about the order, not about the intentions of the order and not about many of the possible outcomes of the order, but rather about the precedent that it sets. Because even if we are in a state of emergency, and last I checked, the governor hasn't undeclared the state of emergency, even in a state of emergency at a time when the government and the elected officials assume greater authorities, greater powers than they would have at other times. And some would say, especially during a state of emergency, it becomes necessary to protect the rule of law. And in order to protect the rule of law, we have certain principles that we seek to follow, so that the law is both general and the law is stable, so that the law isn't being changed according to the situation. That's not to say that during an emergency, the situation might be dire enough that certain laws might need to be changed. But I still am concerned about the precedent that it sets. I also would, for example, you may recall there was a city council election in which the election mechanics were slightly changed after it became apparent that there would be 9 and only 9 persons running for city council. So this was a decade or two ago, and so I would also be opposed to something like that. That being said, the race hasn't started. I don't think that there's anything wrong with being able to file a home rule petition if that is how you think the people of Boston will be best served. I just want to be on record noting that I don't like the precedent that it sets about changing election law, even to serve high goals like the goals of public health and the goals of social justice. I think that we ought to, in most cases, follow the law as it's written, and then if we have a problem with the law, then go through certain processes and not rush and not appeal to certain things like expediency and things like that. So that's all. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you kindly.
George Greenidge.
Hi, everyone. George Chip Greenidge with the Greatest Minds Boston. I'm good to see many of you. Just want to give my support of the Councilor Arroyo's home rule petition in the language that he presented. Just to let everyone know that the Greatest Minds has been around since 2008 and has hosted many different convening sessions for local candidates to be involved with the community. We've had one-on-one sessions with mayor candidates. We have had a city council at large candidate sessions where candidates have been able to meet with different people from across the city to meet them one-on-one, and also individual support for at large and District 7 positions where we were able to bring the community out and have those conversations. Those conversations are very crucial for our residents to get to know each other, for them to hear from candidates that have never, ever, might not have gotten the chance to even have the breadth or depth to even have a conversation with the community. and I support those measures going forward. I also want to thank several of the councilors that have been involved in our past discussions, and also our past mayor. Mayor Menino has attended these events. Mayor Walsh has attended our events, our community events, and also I got to give a shout out to Michael Flaherty, who also ran for mayor at one point and also participated in all those events. And we really appreciate it. But my comments is someone as a convener of bringing people together, and I strongly support that we have enough time so the community can have a larger discussion to make sure that we have the person that we want inside of those seats. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thanks, Chip.
Oh, and also a big shout out to Julia, Councilor Julia, for her support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for staying under your 2 minutes, being a perfect example of how you can testify and also stay under 2 minutes. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not technical difficulties. Up next, Yahida, who is on camera, and then Lauren Peter. We also have Representative El Aguardo and Representative Russell Holmes, and then Matt McCloskey.
Great. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Yahara Alvarenga, and I have been a resident of East Boston since 2014 when I first came from El Salvador. As a young community leader who is representing Sociedad Latina and as an alumni and advocacy cohort member, I would like to start this off by saying thank you for giving me the great honor to use my voice for the Boston Latino community and the ones who don't have one here today. I'm here today to advocate for our city councilors to vote in support of the petition to bypass the special election proposed by the city councilor Ricardo Arroyo. We need to move forward with a single official election for mayor in November due to the following circumstances that affect our residents of Boston. First of all, this is a matter of racial equity because Black, Indigenous, and people of color in communities have faced the most negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this critical moment when our city has awoken to the importance of focusing on equity, we believe that Black, Indigenous, and Latinx communities, immigrants, people with disabilities, low-income people, and essential workers will have a voice when selecting the next mayor of Boston. With all due respect, I would like to ask every single member of the city council to picture yourself as the voters of our districts. Would it make sense to have only one election for mayor? This will make it a smoother voting process for these communities who have been historically disenfranchised in the voting process. I believe this result will positively impact our community, which is the obligation of the members of this council. Secondly, I would like to remind you that the vote by mail and expanded early voting will expire on March 31st. With the expiration of the vote by mail and expanded early voting, the special election would likely rely on in-person voting. Holding 2 additional elections in indoor venues creates an unnecessary risk for spreading COVID-19. Isn't this something to be mindful of? As a young leader, I believe that the community safety and well-being should be the priority. Last but not least, we have the obligation and duty to think about the immense cost of holding a special election. Because the city must hold a preliminary and a general election, holding 2 citywide special elections will cost about $3 million. Thousands of Boston residents are facing financial hardships during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the city, it's only now receiving meaningful federal aid for the first time in months. The special elections are an avoidable cost during a time of immense financial need for individual residents and the city itself. Right now, many residents are in special financial and personal needs that must be supported by the council as a right. To finish this off, I would like to respectfully ask you to think about the residents of your district when making the decision on bypassing the special election. It is imperative that you consider the financial and safety implications of this decision. We must think about the positive and negative consequences that our actions create for our community members. Once again, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to speak with you today.
Thank you. Lauren Peter.
Hello, thank you for giving me a chance to talk today. Am I able to be heard? Okay, good. I am a Boston resident. I live in Roslindale. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo, for bringing this petition forward. I am also a Boston public school parent, and I am speaking today in support of this petition. I think that, especially as a Boston Public School parent, I believe very strongly that our parents and communities that need to be served with in equitable ways are not being seen currently. And I don't think that we are served well by having special elections. And I really would like to see that money that we would be spending on special elections sent somewhere to, I don't know, give our teachers more PPE or something like that. So I'm going to leave it there, just speaking very strongly in support of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go till 4:15. So I have Representative Elaguardo, then Representative Russell Holmes, then Matt McCluskey, and Nora McManus Vincent. And I think that'll close it out till 4:15. And then we will go to the admin / advocate panel. Excuse me. Representative Nika Elaguardo. If you know what,
if Representative Elaguardo is not ready, I can go first.
Go ahead, Councilor Representative Holmes.
Okay, thank you to all the city council members and to, of course, the public. So thankful to have this opportunity. I'm going to just try my best to not repeat anything we've already heard. Just to begin with, I am an absolute adamant and strong supporter that this should move forward. As you heard earlier today, there has been an advantage that has been given in the House and the Senate, as the Mass Inc. report was mentioned about how many folks have come in the House and how many folks have come in the Senate. Many from the Senate, many members of the Senate are actually the members who were previously in the House, who then took advantage of this special election opportunity and jumped immediately from the House over into the Senate. And that's how we got to the large number of 1/3 of the senators. And so I have a bill in at the state level that I'm going to again look to file this year to end special elections in general, period. So this is when I hear these folks say, hey, why don't we not change the rule of the game as the game is being played on in cycle. Some of us are recognizing that this is a racist and structurally racist process from the beginning. And sometimes it takes an issue like the mayor leaving for us to finally be able to address issues that are structurally racist. This is one of them. Folks are tremendously advantaged, that is, and disadvantaged, people of color, financially, and we just with the wherewithal about just looking to see across this Commonwealth who's elected and who's not, who's in all the state houses and who essentially all of the city halls around this Commonwealth. Those folks are structurally advantaged when all of these special elections happen. So guiding principles when you're making these decisions, and the ones I try my best at the State House to make, it is always the right time to do what's right. So all this noise that you're hearing about who's advantaged and who's not, who cares? Who cares? Because none of you can game out this system, whether or not it be the acting mayor. She needs to go and do a good job before someone still will vote for her. So it's not like all of a sudden she's automatically going to win just because of the fact that she has that role. So that's silly talk. And then, so one, is always the right time to do what's right. And the second thing is that talent is distributed equally across race, ethnicity, gender, class, whomever it may be. But the problem is we don't have opportunities distributed equally in society. And this here is exactly what the problem is, where we talk about we have very talented people. We need communities to absolutely have this thorough vetting of all of our candidates. And we need to be able to have an opportunity over the next 6, 7, 8, 9 months to have that thorough vetting. So all the things you have heard already before, I agree with. There's not a single one of them other than the one person who I've heard today said they're most concerned about changing the rules of the game. That to me still is not a valid reason. I represent the blackest state representative district in this Commonwealth. I represent the second most district of diversity in this Commonwealth. 91.2% of my district is of color. And I can tell you there is not a single person I've heard from in my district that believes that it is in our advantage to go and now have 4 elections potentially over the next 3 or 4 months. So I'm here to strongly advocate that you make a decision as a group to send this bill to us this petition to us as soon as possible. If I don't care who you send it to me. I don't care who you send it to. I will advocate as strongly as possible to get it done as soon as I can. Look forward to hearing from the commissioner and from the folks at the Secretary of State, because I can tell you now, before I heard anything from them, this is a hard thing to even try to even put together, even in thought. And I do want mail-in ballots. So when you think about what it is we're trying to do, I would just say we had someone sue today for that game that's happening with the former speaker's race, where he sits there, he comes out, decides he's going to leave, never even decided to serve one day. So he games the system, and then one of the people who are actually running today sued and said, hey, I can't even get the 150 votes that I need to get on the ballot. So if this person couldn't get 150 votes, imagine the disadvantages that it's going to have to come up when you need thousands of votes. Thank you so much. I know I'm past my 2 minutes. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Representative. I'll check again from Representative Alaguardo. I think she's going to try and come in at 4:30 around that time. So if we're going to we'll just keep going. Matt McCloskey, Nora McManus, Vincent.
Hi. Yeah, hi.
Great.
Hi, Matt McCloskey. I live in Roslindale. I'm a member of the steering committee of Progressive West Rocks Roslindale. I'll try to stay short and not repeat all the excellent points many other people have made. I'd like to urge the council to support Councilor Arroyo's petition to eliminate the special election. The public health and practical concerns are too immediate to complicate the simple vote to prevent 2 additional elections during a pandemic under extremely short notice. Conducting an election without the ability to have mail-in or absentee voting in these conditions is incredibly irresponsible, particularly when this is for a seat that will only be filled briefly. I'd like to ask the council to refrain from adding additional details to the petition that could cause any complications for passage at the State House. That said, I'd also like to voice support for changing the charter in the future to prevent issues like this from coming up, but in a way that's thoughtful, takes into account the electoral practicalities and processes, but does not delay solving the immediate problem of conducting an election in a pandemic. I'll see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Another shining example of someone who makes great points under 2 minutes. Nora McManus, Vincent, and I think I have Katie Cole, or I'm so sorry, Katie Cole afterwards.
Hi, thanks, Councilor Edwards. My name is Nora McManus Vincent. Everyone before me was so fast, I barely had time to get my notes together. I live in West Roxbury, and I am strongly in favor of Councilor Arroyo's home rule petition and urge the councilors who are on the fence, undecided, to vote in favor of it. I don't want to repeat what the people before me have said and will say after me about voter disenfranchisement, about public health, about the logistics of this. I think lots of folks are gonna raise those points. I guess I want to talk to the folks who are undecided. I guess I would ask you to ask yourselves something that I try to ask myself when I'm trying to learn something new. And it's what would you need to know or understand in order to consider changing your mind? I think that here is going to be really important. What is it that you're missing? And I hope that you can hear the folks who are going to talk today, and really consider where they're coming from. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to keep going a little bit more. I'm going to try and wait for Councilor Representative Alaguardo. So I have, and I apologize, I have RE period Katie Cole, Alex, and this is again from Mass Vote, Alex Galakis, sorry, from Mass Vote. I have a representative from the North American Indian Center of Boston signed up. And then I have Maud Hurd from the New England United for Justice.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Reverend Katie Cole. I'm the associate pastor at Fourth Presbyterian Church of South Boston, and I am a resident of Jamaica Plain and speaking on behalf of GBIO, the Greater Boston Interfaith Organization. GBIO petitions the council to approve the home rule petition avoiding a special election to replace Mayor Marty Walsh if he's to leave his office before March 5th. GBIO supports the home rule petition to avoid a special election to replace Mayor Walsh for stability of leadership, for COVID-19 safety, and for an unnecessary cost to the city budget. For stability of leadership, holding a special mayoral election may lead to 4 people serving as a mayor between February 2021 and January 2022. We need stable leadership during this uncertainty of COVID-19 pandemic and recovery. For COVID-19 safety, with the expiration of vote by mail and expanded early voting on March 31st, the special election would likely rely on in-person voting. Holding 2 additional elections in indoor venues creates an unnecessary risk for spreading COVID-19. And it could also affect the voter turnout numbers as people are afraid of this. And for unnecessary cost to city budget. Because the city must hold a preliminary and a general election, holding two citywide special elections would cost about $3 million. Thousands of Boston residents are facing financial hardship during COVID-19 pandemic, and the city is only now receiving meaningful federal aid for the first time in months. Special elections are an unavoidable cost during a time of immense financial need for the individual residents in the city itself. So Boston residents depend on bold city leadership, sound management of our finances and resources, and a solution to getting this pandemic under control. A special election distracts from this critical leadership need. Please vote in favor to approve the home rule petition and override a special election. Thank you.
Thank you. Alec?
Yeah, apologies for any confusion, Chairwoman. I waived my time. Cheryl from Massville will be speaking later, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. The North American Indian Center of Boston. We'll go to Maud Hurd from the New England United for Justice. And if the North American Indian Center for Boston comes on, please let me know.
Good afternoon, City Council, and thank you for this time today on this important issue regarding the home rule petition to stop special election in the city of Boston. We also want to thank Councilor Rohrer for his leadership on this issue, and to the many councilors that we hope will do the right thing in this matter. My name is Maud Hurd. I'm a Dorchester resident, a longtime civil rights leader here in Boston and across the country. And I'm proud to be a proud president of New England United for Justice. New England United for Justice is a 10-year-old community-based organization in Boston. And we work on direct action, direct advocacy, community organizing, leadership development, and neighborhood empowerment on a variety of issues. Our work is centered around housing stability, workers' rights, child care, civic engagement, and due to the continue of the COVID-19, we have been on the finalizing our support around neighborhood and on issues around food access to PPE and cleaning supplies and other benefits that support our neighborhood. We, last year, New England United for Justice joined the city effort in the Census Equity and Coalition to ensure that residents were part of the 2020 count. Even though the pandemic in our community infrastructure is part of what we do best. We have continued to, our work have continued to work around the housing justice. And last year we joined the city efforts, as I said before, under equity to run the census counting. Elders have thought of the right to vote, our right to participate in the democratic process as women, as Black and Indigenous women of color. We have fought to ensure our voices was heard and that the ballot box, that policy put into place and the fair access to the board. Our community have suffered very seriously from COVID-19. New England United for Justice is continuing to work. We work on trying to maintain, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm reading this stuff here. Our elders, our community has continued to work. Our elders have brought forth the right to vote, the right to participate in the democratic process as women, as Black, Indigenous, and for people of color. We have fought to ensure our voters were heard, our voices were heard at the ballot box, and that policies put in place are fair across the board. Our community have faced the blunt of the COVID-19 epidemic. It is your response. If you are responsible for protecting our city and protecting our residents within our neighborhood, we are experiencing a vote by mail, especially the voting by mail, and it's gonna. All this is ending on March 31st. Being a senior myself, having a hard time getting around, it's gonna make it very difficult for a lot of us to get to a poll where we could vote. So we stand today to say we do not want a special election and need your leadership to pass an expedited and home rule petition to protect our voices. And we want you to put health and equity first. And thank you for your time, and I yield back to rest.
Thank you. I believe it's Jean-Luc Pieriti from the North American Indian Center of Boston. Just calling you if you want to raise your hand. We may not have your under the name or not being. Okay. Judy Roderick, New England United for Justice. Fatima Ali Salam. I have Bianca Ortiz White and Lee Nave.
Can you hear me?
So first, Judy Broderick of the New England United for Justice.
Fatima.
Should I be speaking or is someone else supposed to?
No, if Judy is on, that's who I've signed up first, and then Fatima, and then Bianca, and then Lee. I see Judy is here. Judy, can you we'll unmute you. We'll unmute you, Judy. There we go.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Judith Roderick. I'm a voter, a Mattapian resident, and a member of New England United for Justice. I'm here today to support the passage of docket number 0155, Home Rule Petition. I would like to thank Councilor Ricardo Arroyo for his wise thinking in calling this hearing. I would also like to thank councilors who are standing up for this issue. As I understand it, sometime in June, we would be expected to vote in a special primary election and then a general election. We would do both all over again in September and November. I believe multiple mayoral elections at this time would create a health risk, unnecessary confusion among the voters, politicians, and city workers, and it would also create a financial burden on the city. We are in the midst of a national and local public health emergency. The COVID pandemic is hospitalizing and killing thousands and impacting low-income communities of color the most. Unnecessary multiple elections would mean you are putting your citizens at risk of catching and spreading COVID. Think about it. This goes against all the stay safe measures we have been faithfully following in an effort to keep ourselves, our families, and our friends safe and alive. I can't imagine that any counselor would want to put their constituents in harm's way like that. I believe a special election would create voter confusion. It would be a hard task to educate the public on the need for multiple elections, and that job would strain the election department. There would probably be an onslaught of candidates vying for votes in a very short period of time, and instability among politicians and city hall workers as directives may change under various mayors. The financial cost to the city would be truly wasteful. COVID has had a deep financial impact on the city, on businesses, jobs, housing, and food supplies. Many local businesses in my community are closed. When I order a takeout from a local neighborhood restaurant, check to see if they're still open is my first thought. This new mindset actually applies to most stores that I think about going to. This isn't how it should be, but it's the way my community is now it is what my community is now going through. I'm hoping
for the 2 minutes. It's just
Oh, okay. So basically, I'm saying I wish for the support of docket number 0155. Thank you. I'm
Thank you
sorry I
so
went
much.
over time.
No, it's okay. I understand. It's just a lot of people, and I really
No,
appreciate you coming to
okay.
testify.
Thank you.
And your written testimony, if it was emailed, it's complete. All of it will be part of the official record. The
Thank you.
entire statement. So I have two people on panels who are now also needing to go soon. So I'm going to stop the public testimony after Lee Nave, encouraging the next couple of the speakers, Fatima, Bianca, and Lee, to get within the 2 minutes. And then I'm going to go to the panel, and I have two people who need to speak starting on the panel. Okay, so Fatima Ali Salam, please, 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fatima Ali Salam. I'm the chair for the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking in order to support Home Rule Petition 0155. I've already submitted on behalf of the council a written statement in support of it. The only additional words I'd like to say is that the GMNC itself has rescheduled its own election, to which we had expected initially to have this February. The reason being the state of the emergency because of the pandemic. We actually already have electronic voting, and we're also doing drop-in balloting. We realize that the city cannot afford to do another election. We have mail-in voting, et cetera, and because of financial concerns. The only other thing I wish to say is to reiterate what the person from West Roxbury said to those who are on the fence, is what other information would you need in order to come to an affirmation that this is the best thing for our city as a whole? And I'll yield the rest of my time to whoever needs to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Before I go to Bianca, Representative Alaguardo has just let me know she's on. Representative Alaguardo, are you ready?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the rest of my colleagues at City Hall and all of the wonderful folks who have come out from the community as well. I'm here to speak in favor of canceling in favor of the home rule petition, canceling the special election. I don't have a lot new to say, so I won't take a long time
but I will reiterate what my constituents have asked me to, which is it's a public health nightmare for reasons that people smarter than I have already elaborated and will continue to elaborate, to have any kind of election during a pandemic. So adding those two would go counter to so much of the work we've done at the State House and at the City Hall to keep people safe. And then with respect to the racial equity, I just want to point out that with regards to transit, with regards to missing work, these extra 2 days are a huge burden. It's already a major stress. We're trying to deal with that by increasing the eligible days for sick leave, for quarantine, et cetera. Adding another couple of election days, I think is going to disproportionately impact people who are poor, who are essential workers. And speaking of essential workers, the expense of this is substantial, as you know better than I do, looking at those very specific numbers. But at the same time, there's a human cost. It's an undue burden creating a whole new set of essential workers that would otherwise not be required to come out and do that work, the work leading up to the election, the work on the day of, and the work counting, et cetera. And then all that contact that they're going to be having with so many people. We really don't need to give them that burden. And since we have that choice, we need to make the safe choice. Some of my constituents have heard about the conflict of interest, and I know that we've been doing due diligence here. I'm grateful for that. I can't speak to the legal claims, but just from the standpoint of ethics and how things appear, which I think can be important too for these types of decisions. I do want to say that moving to the State House, as you would do with a home rule petition, in my view, removes a lot of that conflict of interest, because the substantive decision is actually being done at the State House, whereas you here at City Hall are deciding whether or not to send this home rule petition on for us to vote on Beacon Hill. And so even though there are various financial interests that are involved, I think it's really difficult to pin those down based on whether or not somebody has run or plans to run or not, or whether we know that, or whether they've come out publicly with that. It's sort of arbitrary to say if you haven't done so yet, you don't have a conflict of interest, but you do if you have already publicly stated. And so those are some points I'm raising from my own thoughts and from my constituents. And I really thank you for pushing this and trying to get this done as quickly as possible. I would like to say that I'm very grateful. I've seen notes and I've talked a bit to Madam Chair. I know we're working for a vote at your next City Council meeting. And I strongly hope that that is what happens. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Representative. If I'm going to do two more, Bianca Ortiz-White. We haven't seen her come on. And again, I'm going to call out Lee Nave. Haven't seen them come on. So with that, I'm going to go to the administrative. We're going to cut off some. So it's been a little, almost an hour of public testimony before we go to our panelists. We have Michelle Tassinari, Director of Elections from the Secretary of State's office. Pam Crocker, I mess your name up all the time. Kocher, I'm sorry, from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. Cheryl Crawford from Mass Vote. Carrie Costello from League of Women Voters. Beth Wong from the Mass Voter Table. Tanisha Sullivan from the MWCP, and Sam Gabru from BECMA. Michelle, if you would go ahead, and then we'll go in the order of the names I listed. So Michelle Tassinari from the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I have had conversations with some of the counselors, both before the order was initially introduced to the council. The Secretary has indicated his support to not have the special election in these circumstances. And I think it's important to recognize that these are different circumstances than any other year. We are still in a pandemic. There are lots of things to consider as part of this, including the administrative issues, the costs, as well as the health and safety of both the voters and the poll workers and all of the election workers in the city of Boston. So we certainly support canceling the election. I will say that we do have some comments on the drafting of the legislation, and would be happy to work with the council if you decide that you are going to go ahead with this. And there's 2 points to that we would make. One is to make sure that it's providing some flexibility if the words need to change once it gets into the legislature. and not have it only be a up or down vote based on the words that are in it. And then the second issue would be to put some language in it to allow for the cancellation or the rescission of a vote to call for the rescission of an order calling for an election just based on timing. As we've heard previously, we don't really know what the timing is and when the vacancy will occur. And if a resignation is filed, the charter says that the council must forthwith call for the special election. So if the vacancy comes and there needs to be at least calling for the special election while the home rule petition makes its way through the legislature, to put some language in there to basically rescind the order calling for the special election once that home rule petition is passed. And that's just a drafting issue that we'd be happy to work with the city on any of these drafting issues and procedural questions that might come up as part of this.
Thank you very much. I apologize to my colleagues in the city of Boston, who I forgot to mention are also part of this conversation. My extreme apologies. I have United Tavares from the Boston Election Department, who should go now. And then is Sabino Piemonte also testifying?
No, he will not.
Okay, very well. Please feel free, Ms. Tavares.
Good afternoon, councilors and members of the public. My name is Ineda Tavares. I'm the chair of the Board of Election Commissioners. Here with me today is Head Registrar Sabino Piemonte. But he will not be providing testimony. We thank you for the opportunity to discuss docket number 0155, an act relative to the office of the mayor in the city of Boston. It is the role of the election department to ensure that elections are properly managed and conducted in accordance with city, state, and federal laws. Regardless of whether or not this petition is adopted, the election department will continue to administer lawful elections as they come, just as it has done since the incorporation of our city, in a way that works towards ensuring equitable access to all registered voters so that they can fulfill their sacred right to the ballot box. For all upcoming elections, we will continue to follow the guidance of the public health officials related to COVID-19 to ensure the well-being of voters, poll workers, public safety officials, and all involved in the execution of elections. During the 2020 election cycle, the department successfully and safely administered 3 elections for the city's 430,000 eligible voters during this very challenging and unprecedented time. So the March 3rd was the presidential primaries, followed by the state primaries on September 1st, which saw an increase of 26% voter participation compared to the previous state election in 2016, and followed by the November 3rd presidential election, which also saw a record 68% turnout through the efforts of expanded vote by mail, and as well as providing voters with 57 different opportunities to cast a ballot through in-person early voting. This department will continue to administer elections in a manner that allows all voters, candidates, and other stakeholders to participate in accordance with any applicable law or regulations. We will continue to encourage voter participation and facilitate voter registration with an emphasis of increasing online registrations. And the department will also continue to support approximately 2,000 poll workers by providing online training options on election laws and protocols, safety protocols that should be followed at polling locations, as well as how to properly assist any voters with disabilities and voters who may have limited English language proficiency on election day. We will continue to enhance our efforts to recruit workers by increasing online promotion and applications, working with other city agencies, and leveraging community partners and organizations. We are here and happy to answer any questions relative to the administration of elections, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We then could go to, I think I have Pam from the, Pam, correct my pronunciation of your last name, Pam, and the Boston Municipal Research Bureau.
Yes, thank you, Chair Edwards, and hello to Vice Chair Flaherty and members of the committee. My name is Pam Coker, and I am the president of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. I am also a city resident. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to Docket 0155. The Boston Municipal Research Bureau fundamentally believes in electoral process. However, if Mayor Walsh resigns before March 5th, 2021, Boston should not hold a special election. The Research Bureau concurs with the arguments presented in the proposed home rule petition via Docket 0155 against holding a special preliminary election in 2021. In addition to the already scheduled municipal elections in September and November for the position of mayor, I'd like to quickly highlight just three specific concerns. Concern about the additional financial and operational burdens on a city government already challenged to meet our community's ongoing need for services and support during the COVID-19 pandemic. The risk of low voter turnout and thus reduced civic engagement at a pivotal time for our community and city government, in part due to public health concerns about in-person voting during the pandemic, as well as voter fatigue if 2021 included 4 trips to the polls. My last point is simply that the instability and potential disruption to city government function and service delivery if the city experiences multiple leadership transitions in a single year, a year when consistency in leadership and action are necessary to effectively address the public health crisis and its impact on our community. Thank you for your time today. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your brief testimony. We'll just go down continue to go down the panel. Cheryl Crawford from Mass Vote. I just saw her. I know she's, oh, let me see. We need to, have you tried to put her on mute?
I'm here.
Okay, very well.
Hi, great. Good afternoon. Cheryl Clyburn Crawford, Executive Director of Mass Vote, a nonpartisan statewide voting rights and advocacy issue advocacy organization. Thank you, Chairman Edwards, for holding this hearing today, and Councilor Arroyo for sponsoring this important home rule petition. And thanks to all the members of the council for attending this hearing and considering this critical issue. Today, we're taking the unusual step of trying to convince you that skipping a series of special elections would in fact be the most democratic decision you would make. It may be unusual, but these past 10 months have been a definition of unusual. COVID-19 has impacted every aspect of our lives. You've heard this over and over, and it's even going to impact how we vote. Even though key reforms like vote by mail and expanded early voting led to impressive turnout in Boston last year, those reforms expire on March 31st. The state may extend them again, and we are working to make them permanent, but it is impossible to know if they will be in place for the special elections. As a result, we may force hundreds of thousands of Bostonians to turn out in person, as many as 4 times this year. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable because last week alone, more than 7,000 Bostonians were infected with COVID-19. That's unacceptable because more than 1,100 Bostonians have sadly passed from this virus. That's unacceptable because the vaccine rollout process is daily proven fraught with logistical challenges and unequal distribution. The recent calamity at the Jamaica Plain VA hospital underscores this all too well. And alongside these public health challenges that the council should consider, the council should also consider the financial challenges that these elections may place on the city. As you may know, the cost to run both a preliminary and a general special election is approximately $3 million. This includes paying poll workers, renting equipment, and preparing polling locations. The council must ensure that these funds are better spent. Why? Last week, Fitch Ratings, a credit rating reporting agency, stated that Massachusetts has the country's highest unemployment rate at 13%. This is well above the state's official number because it considers something that the state does not: unemployed individuals that have given up looking for work, despondent over the past 10 months. It's easy to understand why they've stopped searching for now. This disheartening development has undoubtedly impacted Boston's underrepresented communities most. Tens of thousands of hospitality and leisure employees in Boston, predominantly Black and Brown, immigrant and low-income individual, and women too, have had no work in months. Research shows that the burden of these job losses, childcare, et cetera, has been almost universally faced by women during this pandemic. They will most likely not work for several more months. Spending unnecessary funds on a series of special elections will merely get in the city's way of providing the food and housing assistance that tens of thousands depend on. We could tell you about the many reasons as to why this special election should be eliminated. We could tell you about the precedents that was recently set in Lawrence to eliminate an unnecessary series of special elections. We could tell you about all the officials across the state that support skipping these special elections. But instead, we will make this clear. For both public health and financial reasons, the city of Boston should eliminate any potential special mayoral election this year. And I'm happy to answer any questions should there be some. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a quick reminder for folks to, as we go to testify, as this is being simultaneously translated, just to remember that we speak a little bit slower. I myself have been probably speaking too fast, but just to remind ourselves to make sure that we are truly allowing everyone to participate. Carrie Costello from the League of Women Voters of Boston. Has she joined us? My apologies if she's on the way. All right, we'll go ahead and go to, we'll see if Beth Wong is here. Yes. Beth? Okay. Then we will go to Tanisha Sullivan from the NAACP, who I can see, who is ready to go. So, one second.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, as well as Vice Chair Flaherty, of course, our City Council President Janey, Councilor Arroyo, as well as it looks like we have a full City Council for this hearing. It is good to see you all. Thank you for your service, and thank you for inviting the NAACP Boston branch to take part in this conversation. I am Tanisha Sullivan, President of the NAACP Boston branch. For over 100 years, the NAACP has been a leader among civil rights organizations in the fight for voting rights and access. The history of voting rights in America cannot be told without the NAACP, as has been documented by writers for generations. One of the most comprehensive chronicles of the NAACP role in the fight for voting rights and access is found in Gloria Brown Marshall's book, The Voting Rights War, the NAACP and the ongoing struggle for justice. We consistently fight for citizens to be able to access the ballot box. We have consistently fought for more voice through the ballot box. At every mile marker, the NAACP has been on the front lines advocating for voting rights because we understand the power and empowerment that flows through enfranchisement. So for the NAACP Boston branch to take a position that adding an additional voting cycle to this year's regular cycle is neither wise nor fiscally prudent is not a decision we take lightly. But hear me when I say this, it was not a hard decision to make. Because when we put a racial and economic justice lens on this matter, one voting cycle for mayor, including both a preliminary and general election, is in the best interest of our city. Advancing the home rule petition as presented by Councilor Arroyo is not a hard decision if we're putting the city of Boston first, if we're putting the people of Boston first. We believe this is both a just and moral act. How do we come to that conclusion? In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we spent much of 2020, both here in the Commonwealth and across the nation, advocating for expanded safe voting rights, voting access. We fought for mail-in balloting. We fought for extended early voting. We fought for shortened voter registration deadlines. And while the NAACP does believe all of those voting gains should be permanent, as has already been shared today, we know that those measures were temporary in nature. But in making the decision to enact those measures, legislators understood that the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic required that we approach our elections differently to help ensure and protect free elections for all during this pandemic. This is the decision before you now. Today, we remain in a public health pandemic. The concerns we had in 2020 related to the pandemic, transmission, containment, vaccination, they all remain. So for the NAACP Boston, as we considered this matter, we first consider the public health context. In the city of Boston, Black, Latinx, and low-income communities have been hardest hit by this pandemic. Black, Latinx, and low-income families are at the highest risk of exposure, transmission, and deadly outcomes from this pandemic. During the pandemic, the NAACP has been laser in our focus with respect to our advocacy for pandemic actions that are designed to protect the rights and access of the most vulnerable among us. This matter is no different. Under the circumstances, prioritizing the safety and well-being of all residents requires that we have a deep understanding of the racial and economic factors at play while we continue to navigate this pandemic. Now, aside from the fact that the special election provision is in the charter, we as an organization struggle to find sound, rational, just reasoning for holding a special election during this pandemic when the people will have their voices heard in both September and November. That said, I have heard, as you have too, several reasons why individuals may want a special election for personal gain. But I have yet to hear a reasoned argument supported by the data that justifies opposition to this home rule petition as drafted. This is a leadership moment for our city, not a spotlight minute for political expediency. There are literally lives on the line. Finally, the attempts, as we would describe them, to chill progress on this matter through amendments and other maneuvers that seek to kill this provision have not gone unnoticed. But I trust and I pray that the counselors of good conscience will see those attempts for what they are and will support Councilor Arroyo's petition as drafted. But the issue I must comment on prior to my close that is deeply troubling to me, too, as a practicing attorney, is the questionable legal counsel that has been shared with this body. Legal analysis, it is true, is debatable. Competent lawyers can disagree and have vibrant debate. However, what I've seen is not legal analysis. It is a complete misread of the law on its face. And you don't need a law degree to understand that. And because it's such a blatant act, we have to call it out for what it is. It's an attempt to oppress and subjugate. So if there's any dark cloud that's hanging over this debate, My heart is breaking having to acknowledge this overt attempt to misuse the law, to silence the voices and neutralize the power of the women of color who have declared their candidacy for mayor and the Black woman who will become acting mayor. This is an act of fear. And for me personally, again, it's one of the greatest offenses in this debate. Friends, and I do consider you friends, we have come too far to allow this body to be used to question the integrity of these women, women of color. So clearly it bears reminding some and informing others that Black women, Indigenous women, Latinx women, AAPI women, we have no choice but to operate at a level above reproach. So it is unconscionable to me that circumstances have been intentionally designed to place these women in the unjustifiable position of having to defend their integrity based on questionable legal reading. This is a grave injustice, and it must be corrected. We clearly have a long way to go on this road toward freedom, justice, and equality. I want representative government. I want representative leadership, but I want most responsible leadership. And so I do hope that this body will advance expeditiously the home rule petition as presented by Councilor Arroyo. And I do pray that this body will be able to address and heal from the harm that has been caused to members by correcting the information regarding conflicts that was designed to silence them. Justice requires nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have, we had originally Fagun from BECMA testifying. I understand he is having Sam Gabru read a statement or testify. Sam? Okay.
And I apologize. This is Beth Wong. I'm ready now.
Okay, we'll have Sam go and then Beth. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, honorable city councilors. On behalf of the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts, which represents over 2,000 Black firms in the Commonwealth, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Chair Edwards, and the sponsor of this home rule petition, Councilor Arroyo, for the opportunity to offer brief testimony in support of docket number 0155, an act relative to the office of mayor in the city of Boston. Earlier today, BECMA and our partners at Amplify Latinx submitted a letter of support for this home rule petition to the committee. I will share just one paragraph of the reasoning we offer. Quote, "The city of Boston and indeed our Commonwealth and nation have suffered enormously due to the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent economic crisis. The public health and economic crises have exacerbated existing systemic inequalities faced by the city's Black and Latinx communities. A July 2020 Mass Inc. poll commissioned by our organizations found that nearly 20% of minority-owned businesses had closed their doors due to the pandemic. We know that this number is much higher today, given the statewide capacity restrictions and continued financial hardships faced by our businesses. At the same time, the state's unemployment rate continues to rise, and data shows that Black and Latinx workers experience unemployment and underemployment at disproportionate rates. With the expiration of vote by mail and expanded early voting on March 31st, 2021, a special election requiring in-person voting will create an unnecessary risk of spreading COVID-19 in our already impacted communities," end quote. I will note that out of this 20%, 11% of those businesses that reported being closed were Black owned and many were in Boston. While the pandemic has decimated all small businesses, Black owned businesses have been especially impacted. We are overrepresented in the sectors of retail, restaurants, hair care, and personal care. According to new studies, we know that these industries will face the highest failure rates and will remain unstable for decades to come, precisely because these industries require in-person contact. You may ask why I'm citing business statistics in a conversation about elections. Well, many of these same businesses that are struggling and facing closure and bankruptcy had to make payments to the city, as many restaurants, part of the bedrock of the Black economy, had to do in late 2020, as they had to send in thousands of dollars to renew their liquor licenses. And these same businesses are being threatened with having to pay state taxes on their emergency PPP loans if the legislature does not act. This is important because if the home rule petition does not pass this council, or if the council instead passes an amended version of this petition that has no chance of passing the legislature, then this council will be saying to our businesses that the capital they could have used to pay their bills, pay their employees, or save their businesses is better spent on multiple unnecessary elections that will pose significant public health risks and create the potential for multiple transitions of power that will slow down the process of keeping Boston's residents safe. We cannot let this abide. BECMA urges the City Council to pick common sense. Please forward Councilor Arroyo's home rule petition to the legislature. I am grateful for the opportunity to address you and thank you for your consideration, Madam Chair and committee members.
Thank you very much. Beth Wong.
Thank you to the Government Operations Committee and to you, Chair Edwards, for holding this hearing to allow our voices to be heard. My name is Beth Wong, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Voter Table. Our coalition of 25 community-based organizations advances civic access, engagement, and representation. We want everyone who wants to vote to be able to vote. We want everyone who can vote to vote, and we want people who vote to be represented by their elected officials in the halls of power. We bring people together for a multiracial democracy. In 2020, we made we had 30,001 conversations with voters in Boston through 220,000 calls and 63,000 text messages. I'm really, truly so grateful for the help that so many of you lent to our efforts to safely get out the count and get in the 2020 census and get out the vote in the 2020 election last year. And so as the director of the Civic Engagement Coalition, I'm once again requesting for your support for our mission and our work today. We really need your expedient passage of the home rule petition to suspend an unnecessary special election for mayor. Holding a special election for mayor would result in 4 elections in 5 to 6 months between mid-June and early November. And that could lead up to 4 people serving as mayor between February 21 and January 2022. We need stable leadership during the uncertainty of this pandemic and for our recovery efforts. We know if there is an election in late August for that special general election, and then there's a preliminary election again in September, we know that that new mayor is not going to be focused on reopening schools for the first normal school year in 2 years. They're probably going to be pretty busy running for re-election in a likely multi-way primary. We strongly believe that high participation in 2 safe elections will lead to greater public trust in our democratically elected leadership, which is critical for the city's COVID-19 relief and recovery efforts. I really resonated with what Councillor Bach said earlier, that it's not just filling out the ovals that makes our democracy stronger. Civic engagement makes our democracy stronger. Young people organizing mayoral forums make the process more accessible. Circulating nonpartisan voter guides makes our electorate more informed. Stability in our city's leadership increases public trust. More elections are going to lead to more confusion among voters, and the regular election schedule with a preliminary election in September and a general election in November allows community-based organizations like the ones at the Massachusetts Voter Table to increase our civic engagement activity. There are thousands of Boston residents who are facing financial hardship during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure that, like many cities across the Commonwealth, Boston is still starving for federal aid. the special elections are an avoidable cost during a time of very of extreme financial need for individual residents and the city itself. So that's why we ask that you put health and equity first and take just this one piece of uncertainty out of the equation. Please send a consensus home rule petition to the State House so that we can focus on COVID-19 relief and recovery efforts and turn out for the regularly scheduled elections in September and November. Really, thank you for holding this hearing today. This is really what democracy looks like, having people have a say in the process. So thank you.
Thank you again. As I mentioned before, we were going to go through the combined panel public testimony, and now I will open up to my colleagues for questions that they may present to whomever. At this point, I would encourage again for us to be as brief as possible because there's again a growing list of people who are signing up for testimony that I would like to again recenter. To the public, we've had an hour of public testimony, we had a panel speak, and now the counselors are going to do what we do, some questions. We'll start in order of arrival, starting with the lead sponsor, Councilor Arroyo, and I'm sorry, and Councilor Wu has joined us also for the conversation. I will just go ahead and call in order of arrival. But yeah, so we'll go through questions. Normally we allow 5 minutes per counselor, but if we were to do that, there would literally just be about an hour just of us talking. So I'm going to max that out at 5 minutes, but I'm going to encourage my colleagues to please keep questioning to a minimum so that, again, we can get back to the public. Councilor Arroyo, followed by Councilor Flynn. If Councilor Flaherty is still on, and some counselors are not able to be here and have no questions. So Arroyo, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, if I could just speak to, and I don't want to mispronounce your last name, I apologize for this. Is it Michelle Tassinari? Is she here?
I don't know that the Secretary of State's office is still on, actually. I don't think she is, Councilor Arroyo.
Okay. In that case, if I can speak to Ms. Tavares.
I don't know that she's
Can we
available.
come back to me later and see if they come back? I don't know if there's some connection issues, but I'm happy to come back if they come back.
Absolutely. I will
Thank you
also
so much.
text him next time. Councilor Flynn, then Councilor Flaherty, then Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists for testifying. I know there's some people in the waiting room from the Chinatown community, so I'm looking for their testimony. I had an opportunity to speak to many of them, and they brought up many of the concerns I highlighted, but language access, engaging the residents during a pandemic, and had the opportunity to work with Cheryl Crawford during the census, and it was very difficult for us getting into the Chinatown community, trying to get the residents to participate because of the pandemic. But we did well there, thanks to the advocates, including the Chinese Progressive Association. I guess I'll ask my question to Cheryl, who I know does a lot of great work in this area. Cheryl, can you talk about the engagement that would not be had if we had a special election? And then can you also give a little bit of background about the time frame as it relates to maybe the redistricting? I know that's an issue we also have to focus on, that we won't be focusing on if we had a special election, I guess. But there's only so much time that we have that we probably couldn't do the redistricting or the re-precincting and canvassing and dealing with the pandemic and all of these issues. But I just wanted to see what your thoughts are about some of the logistic issues. Cheryl, I think you might be on mute.
I am.
Okay.
From the community's perspective, Our work is done on the ground typically, face to face, meeting with our constituents, meeting with the neighborhood, talking with them, helping them. We've been removed from them over a year now, or 10 months now. We went through the last election cycle without having the opportunity to engage our constituents in the same way that we know is the most effective way. We're going to miss that opportunity this year. No one's mounting up to go out and do door knocking at the same rate that we typically do it. We'll do what we did last year. We'll arm up. Some of us will be brave enough, to get out there. And there was some actual door knocking that took place, but not at the rate that it needs to take place. And it's not going to happen while we're in the middle of a raging pandemic. And so we understand that because of that, we have to do our work differently. So it makes no sense for us to put extra energy and extra effort in trying to get our people ready to help them understand the political landscape. We don't get into all the politics of that stuff. We just want people to understand what's at stake, what's on the ballot, what things mean, right? In simple language. And that's what we do. We don't have the chance to do that this year. We don't have enough time. And when you throw in things that are coming down the pipeline, such as re-precincting of Boston, which is a critical issue to all of this, as well as redistricting, which is further down the line, we're not, we've got a lot going on in Boston with the crisis at hand. I don't want to belabor it, but we know people, still need to be fed. People still need housing. All of the crisis that was in effect before COVID is like 100 times higher right now. So putting one more thing on our plates, honestly, we are people too, right? Like we are part of this very same community that we are advocating for the protection of, right? That's putting an additional burden on all of the community. And we right now, between Mass Vote and the Massachusetts Voter Table and our democracy hubs, we organize over 37 different community-based organizations that are part of coalitions. We have a wide reach. That's asking a lot. And that's putting a lot of additional burden on the people, us. I don't know.
That was helpful. Thank you, Cheryl. I don't know if I have time for one more question, Madam Chair, or
A brief one, Councillor Flynn. We do want to.
yeah, I'll ask a very brief one, maybe to whoever would want to answer it. With the upcoming.
Councillor Flynn, you should really direct it toward one person to answer it, because we have amazing panelists and they all will likely have an opinion. So please direct it towards one person.
Okay, I'm going to direct it to Beth, because I was on a panel with her during the height of the pandemic. Beth, tell me about the outreach you would have to do to immigrants and non-English speakers, whether it's absentee ballot, mail-in voter registration. How would that process work as it relates to translation documents?
Yes, language justice is one of our highest priorities when we get out the vote in a nonpartisan way, of course. What we are hoping to do is to organize many of the youth programs that work with us and have the great city funding over the summer to organize a nonpartisan youth mayoral forum. I think rushing through this process means that that type of youth organized forum where they get to share what is important to them is likely not going to have the same impact. Rushing through special elections means that getting the questionnaires back, simplifying them, translating them, distributing those both printed and those printed materials and those digital materials is going to have to happen in a much faster clip. We have moved mountains before, and we could do it again. But I really think that for a deeper process for young people, immigrants, and BIPOC voters to be involved, sticking to the regular schedule of a September prelim and a November general election offers far more opportunities for community organizations to meaningfully mobilize people in neighborhoods.
Thank you, Beth. I know Councilor Edwards, I'm out of time. I would like to ask more questions, but I'm out of time. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Maybe on the second round, I can ask more questions.
Absolutely. I just wanted to note, out of for humanity's sake, I wanted to give a 2-minute water break to our interpreter, who has been doing an amazing job nonstop, and also wanted to let my colleagues know that we also wanted to take this time while we take this small break to check and see if any Spanish speakers who may not have navigated directly to this channel, or who have been, would like to come and also testify as well, and get them signed up. So I just want to make sure I do a quick housekeeping, make sure she can drink a little bit of water. Make sure that the non-English speakers, if there are any, I'm kind of calling out now in English. Las personas que no hablan inglés, por favor, si ustedes quieren que hablar, paso un email para Christine Aldano. Say, I'll put it in the chat. I'm sorry, my head is a little bit hurt too. So if someone could just give us the 5 minutes to make sure everyone can participate. Apologize to my colleagues. If any of you have to go right now, I see no hands up. Then can we just take a 5-minute break? I'll make sure everyone's all set. Thank you. 1 second.
No problem.
Everyone, just calling everyone, oops, excuse me, back to the table to make sure that we get back to, my apologies, making sure that we get back to the business at hand. So I'm gonna just make sure. So at this point, I'm actually gonna have Erica, who is our interpreter, get turned back on into this channel to make an announcement in Spanish to make sure everyone can come in and just be reminded to testify. And those that would like to testify in Spanish can also email Ricardo Patron at boston.gov, and he will make sure that their name is added to the list. So, Erica?
Okay, thank you. Hola, mi nombre es Erika y yo soy la intérprete traductora. Y si se acaban de unir por su computadora, hay un globo ahí. Presionen interpretación de idioma. Desde su celular, 3 puntitos. Escojan interpretación de idioma, luego español y finalizado. También, si quieren testificar, lo pueden hacer por ese medio y van a escucharlo en inglés. Y si no, también pueden avisárselo a Ricardo Patrón. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, just checking in, I think. Now just checking in again. So I heard that, so to Councilor Arroyo's previous question, the Secretary of State had to leave early. So that's partly my, I guess, my overbooking of the public testimony. So I apologize for that. And then I also will check, I'm checking in with Ms. Tavares as we speak, as you had asked to come back for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, frankly, depending on how the rest of the council goes with their questions, I may, because of the overwhelming amount of community voice, just give my time to the community.
Whatever you choose, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the election commissioner, just want her to explain the process that would be initiated if the city were to host a special election, and what processes would be put in place to protect the poll workers and the voters, and also how the process would work for registered voters to have the ability to vote. In addition to that, what staffing levels would the election department need in order to execute running a special election, and what would the cost of running a special election be to the city of Boston? So just 5 sort of quick questions that the commissioner might be able to address sort of simultaneously. And again, what process would be initiated for the city to host a special election, and what mechanisms will be put in place to protect the poll workers and the voters? How do we ensure that all registered voters would have the ability to vote either by absentee or by mail? And what level of staffing would she need to carry out a special, and what the cost of running a special would be? Thank you,
So,
Madam Chair.
the commissioner is not on right now, and I don't know that she's coming back. I understand they're trying to get Sabina Pavonti to come to answer these practical questions. So we're working on that. So if those are your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I see Sabino. Good afternoon, Sabino. I don't know if you heard those questions, but.
Mind repeating those questions, Councilor? I'd really appreciate it.
Sure. The question, I guess the first one what process would need to be initiated for the city to host a special? What process will be put in place to protect the poll workers and the voters? What process would be put in place to ensure that all registered voters have the ability to vote either by absentee or by mail? What staffing levels would the department need to execute running a special? And what the estimate cost? I know that you probably don't have exact numbers, but what would be an estimated cost to run a special election? So I guess 5 rapid fire questions to someone, quite frankly, who probably knows this space better than anyone, having carried out so many elections in our city. And I appreciate your time and attention.
No problem. So the easiest question, obviously, to answer is to run a citywide election is about $700,000 to $750,000, and that's just for a preliminary. So double that for the final election as well. In regards to the safety of the poll workers, our election officials here, candidates, everybody and anybody that will be involved in the election, we will take the same precautions in regards to COVID, social distancing, Proper equipment will be provided. So all safety protocols will be in place. In regards to absentees and vote by mail, again, absentee requires a special circumstance for you to receive a ballot, and there's 3 requirements. You have to be absent from the city, a medical, a religious belief, or anything that prohibits you from going to the polls to actually vote in person. In regards to vote by mail, that expansion will expire on March 31st. So we'll need special legislation in order for that to carry on to a special election if it was to take place later on in the spring, early summer. I hope that answers all your questions.
It does. And then obviously on the signature collection, that's obviously an important piece. Candidates would have to go out and canvass and or somehow circulate signature petitions. What, if any, mechanism or process would be put in place in a special to make sure that that's done safely? And or our signatures, have you seen situations where signatures have been waived or the amount of signatures have been reduced to allow folks to safely qualify?
According to the city charter, there is nothing in place right now that will allow us to do anything of that magnitude, but we are working with our legal team to come up with a possible calendar in case there was a special election call in the near future.
Thank you, Sabino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, Sabino, to your number, just for clarification. Was the $750,000, is that including COVID prep? Or is that just normal cost?
Normal costs. So COVID prep will cost more, obviously, and we have to come up with some kind of figures for that. And I'll work with our purchasing agent and anyone else that's involved to try to help us gather all those supplies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Mejia?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if Tanisha Sullivan is still with us, because my question is directly to her. Is she here? I can't tell.
I think she is.
Okay.
Just make sure.
Maybe she was not aware that she was going to get called into question. So Miss Tanisha Sullivan, just so you know, I have a question for you. So I'm going to ask Sabino a question first, and then hopefully
Tanisha's back on.
Yeah, okay, so because someone just alert her. So Sabino, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Having gone through the process of trying to get on the ballot, I know it's crazy. I'm curious how this particular, if we were to, God forbid, end up in a special election situation, how would the process impact the normal municipal election for city councilors in terms of signature collection? Would you have to consolidate them? How would that impact your staff? Would the calendar change in terms of the rollout of that? Can you talk to me a little bit about that impact?
In regards to a special and the fall election?
Yeah.
Well, the fall election is a separate election. So the calendar, once that's finalized, is set specifically for the fall elections. A special election will have a separate calendar unto itself with different deadlines that could be possibly intertwined with the fall election calendar. Does that make sense?
So that means, kind of. So that means that there is a slight possibility that the folks who are running for mayor will be collecting signatures at the same time, possibly, that those who are trying to get on the ballot for city council.
That is correct.
And if that is the case, that is putting more people's lives at risk if we're having to go through the normal way of getting on the ballot, right? That's going to be, more person-to-person contact.
That right now, that's the only way that you can gather signatures. And just keep in mind that the mayor's candidates have to gather signatures for the special and for the fall election. It's 2 separate elections.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm going to go to
Tanisha.
Tanisha. So you said something earlier, Tanisha, that really struck a chord for me in terms of this whole idea of the fact that the way this whole idea of censoring some of the potential counselors who could actually participate and vote and actively engage. And you made me really think about how that, in many ways, it's just another layer of voter disenfranchisement, right? Because if we elect these counselors to represent us in our voices, and then we create a loophole, if you will, to censor them, how do you think that, can you just kind of share a little bit more about, because I've gotten a lot of phone calls from constituents concerned about, well, what if so-and-so represents me and I don't, believe in the special election? Do you think that there was a slight possibility of also suppressing the voices of the people in this process by muting people?
So Counselor Mejia, thank you for the question. And, I'll answer it this way. And I think Representative Holmes really got to the essence of this issue. And that is about anti-racism. What history has shown us is that even for well-meaning, well-intentioned people, we can do things that advance or support racism and sexism and all other types of isms, right? And so it's really important for us to be mindful, not just of intent, but impact. And in this particular situation, again, as I stated before, look, I am an attorney. I'm a practicing attorney. For those who are, who care to know, barred in Massachusetts and also at the Supreme Court of the United States. Not that that's a big deal, but I'm like a real lawyer, right? And so even I looked at this issue and was like, this is reading, right? And so it does make me scratch my head and wonder why it is that we would use this opportunity to call into question the integrity of these women, why we would do that. And to your point, in so doing, not only results in potentially silencing them and their voices and stripping them of their power, but also those whom they represent, particularly when we can point to, again, this isn't, this is for ordinary folk, right? Like, particularly when we see, as residents of the city of Boston, week by week, the city council voting on issues that, have some sort of personal impact, right? On you all, right? And, not the least of which your salary, right? Maybe that needs to be on the ballot. But I do think we have to be careful. And particularly for those who are ascending into seats of power that we have not historically been in. And, in this council being the most diverse, racially, ethnically diverse, gender-wise diverse, the most diverse with respect to sexual orientation, right? We have to be careful about, again, not just intent, but impact. And in this situation, again, as I said, my heart breaks because these are women who have served with distinction. And I don't care what they want to do next. Women who have served with distinction and whose voices deserve to be heard and not silenced.
No, thank you for that. And I'm not sure if Councilor Edwards is going to let me know my time is up. And if it is, I totally understand.
It kind of is.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanisha. Thank you, Sabino.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilor Bach. Councilor O'Malley is on paternity leave, so he may, I'm just calling him out to let him know it could be coming up. Councilor Baker had to step away, and then Councilor Braden.
Great. Thanks so much, Councilor Edwards. Sabino, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to just some of the, where are you? Sorry, I'm trying to, just some of kind of the logistical hurdles. You spoke already the signatures, and I agree. I think actually the fact that you've got this risk of overlapping signature deadlines where people would have to gather for a general while still being in a special is honestly probably a reason to make a permanent charter change on this, because that's a situation we would set up anytime we had a special in a mayoral election year. You know, I think that's something that this council needs to take up. And I think a few people today have mentioned the fact that the ideal time to make common sense election charter changes would be not in the middle. I think we've got good reasons in this pandemic to be looking at this home rule today and to cancel a special election. But I think that signature thing is one of the things I want to flag that I think after this, we need to be talking about as a council, kind of how to make it clearer for the next folks and do it in a more permanent way. But I wanted to ask Sabino if you could speak a little bit to kind of the like poll worker recruitment and other aspects of this, because I know when I had an opportunity to talk with the election commissioner, one of the things that was convincing to me was just some of the added elements that you know, she was concerned about in terms of pulling together 4 of these in a year. So I don't know if you could speak just a little bit to some of those challenges.
Well, thank you for having me. And some of the hurdles with poll worker recruitment obviously happens with every election, whether there's a pandemic or not. We got through with this fall election with, you know, a lot of people wanting to participate because it was a presidential election. I'm hoping that we have the same participation for people being interested and wanting to participate in the electoral process and dedicate their time to be a poll worker. We are going to try to reach out to people the same manner, shape, or form that we did in the past and try to train them using online resources rather than in-person training. But pretty much those obstacles have always been there. We just have to try to learn and make things a little bit more useful to us that are at our advantage now, which is online.
And could you also speak to us just while we have you here about, again, not necessarily in this home rule, but in terms of, you know, if there were election law changes for this year, let's say, regardless of whether there's a special and a general or only a general, like what are the particular things that obviously we would need state action to change, but that like we wish were extended or that this body should be advocating with our state partners to extend in order to have safe elections this year, period?
That is something that our office and the state office is currently in discussions to try to get something passed that will help for all future elections. Again, it's a discussion that we're currently having. It's not something that's etched in stone, but I believe the vote by mail is definitely going to help all future elections, no matter if there's a pandemic or not. It looks like it's here to stay.
Great. Yeah, just let us know. I think, I think Councilor Arroyo and I both discussed a couple of weeks back the fact that it didn't make sense to try to put those kind of election changes in a home rule like this, but that you might need the council support. Not on vote by mail, we hope that they will extend statewide, but that there are other things related to signatures and stuff where you might need our auxiliary support. Yeah, I think that's something there'd be strong support for here. So just keep us posted. Madam Chair, I know we're pressed for time. We've still got a lot of public testimony. So I think that's it for my questions. I just want to say, if there was infinite time, it's.
There is not, though.
There is not.
Okay.
But just to say, I really appreciate, especially hearing from the voter table, and just really want to echo the fact that it's not just that canvassers and stuff are a way of communicating information to voters. It's like actually relational, right? It's actually about the fact that we build our democracy through talking together about our democracy. And so there's something like it's more than a tool. It's kind of fundamental to how we build the city up. So I just really appreciate the work that they do there. And like I said at the start, to me, that's kind of the convincing factor here. So thank you.
Councilor Arroyo, you quickly raised your hand. I don't know if it's for clarification or to do your testimony, or you want to do your questions that you.
Yeah, yes, if it's okay with the chair. If you want to follow the order, that's fine, and you can come back to me. Or if it's okay for me to go now, I have questions for Sabino.
Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Arroyo had initially wanted to ask questions specifically to the commissioner. She had stepped away. And so he waived his time. I'm wondering if, since Sabino's here, if he could go ahead and Councilor Arroyo can go ahead and ask some questions.
Thank you.
Ahead of you.
Certainly yield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor
Thank you,
O'Malley,
Counselor
or
O'Malley.
Counselor Arroyo.
And that's a beautiful child, Counselor O'Malley. Mr. Piemonte, I just have two questions. How many, or three rather, but two related. How many poll workers do you need to staff just one election?
The minimum requirement that we'll need is about 1,600 poll workers. We staff a little bit above that to help with any language barriers that may be in certain precincts in order to help with translations. We also employ a translation dial-in line here in City Hall to help with any locations that don't have people to translate at their actual precincts to call in. So we do have a lot of overlapping poll workers across the city, as well as here in City Hall, to help facilitate an election. Between 16 and 1,800.
So that's 16 and 1,800 for primary, 16 for 1,800 again for the general, and then 16. So 4 times you're gonna have to get. So it's 1,600 to 1,800 times 4, basically.
That's correct. On a perfect world, it'll be the same people for all 4 of those elections.
Okay, in a perfect world. And so in that instance, is it fair to say that the vast majority of those poll workers traditionally are over the age of 55?
Yes.
And just as a additional question on this, how many of our polling places, if you know offhand, are senior centers?
I don't know offhand, but we did move out of quite a few of them for the fall elections into school gymnasiums to obviously deal with the COVID issues. So we are looking at our polling locations going forward to see where they are located.
And so as a question though, traditionally our polling locations are schools, community centers, and senior homes?
Yes, schools, community centers, churches, yep, libraries.
So places of gathering.
Correct.
And
anything that has a large space.
And just to be clear, seniors, it's your understanding, and I'm sure there was the reason why we've tried to move some of these is that seniors are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19?
The reason for our move is we reached out to the polling locations that we were housed in prior to COVID and asked the property managers if they would like to host us as an election or not. And some welcomed us and some did refuse our participation in their buildings.
And just for my district, because I am a district counselor, Blake Estates, which is a senior assisted living home with a high number of residents with comorbidities, that was a voting location, correct?
That is correct. And they welcomed us with open arms.
And so that senior center would, if the special election went through, again, house polling location where the general public is gathering to vote in this senior center, correct?
We are reaching out to all of our poll locations as we speak for our fall elections to make sure that they are still available to us. We did put a small little caveat in there to ask them if they are available for a potential special in the late spring, early summer months, and we're still waiting for our survey to come back.
And just as a final point to this, people generally vote in the same location. In some cases, for instance, for myself, I voted in the same location for a decade plus. And so what this would do, correct, is move the traditional place where somebody goes to vote to a different location that may in fact be the first time anybody has ever voted in that location, correct?
If we're not welcome back, yes.
And so we would be essentially changing specifically multiple locations for voting on somewhat short notice that may be the very first time that somebody who speaks a different language, somebody who goes to vote, has ever gone to go vote at this location in the interest of safety?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Councilor Arroyo?
No, Madam Chair.
Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Registrar Piemonte and Commissioner Tavares. Appreciate your great work, and I will never miss an opportunity to commend you and your team for just a remarkable job during last year. I'm sorry if I'm talking a little bit softly. Hopefully you can hear me and understand why. Just very briefly, because it is important to get to some more public testimony, but I wanted to follow up on the line of questioning for the Boston Elections Department as it relates to some mechanics. And I apologize if you may have answered some of these when I had to step off for a moment. But Sabino, can you talk a little bit about the sort of the tools that were put in place by the state legislature to allow us to conduct last year's election amid sort of the pandemic? We, of course, had the state presidential primary in March as sort of the typical way that we would have elections. And then, of course, the primary was very, very different, as was the general election. So I'm talking about voting by mail, increased early voting, other things. Those, I think, in the way the law was written, they expire in March. Is that correct?
That is correct. There was special legislation that was passed in early July that allowed the Secretary of State to do a mailing, which is an application to every single voter in the Commonwealth, allowing voters to request a ballot to be mailed to their residence or wherever they would like their ballot to be mailed to. That legislation is expiring as of March 31st.
That's right.
Just keep in mind that legislation that has been carried on to March 31st does not require us to do a complete mailing to all residents or all voters of an application. It's incumbent upon the voter to request a ballot to be mailed to them, as the way the legislation is being written right now.
But is there?
But we can expand on that.
I guess that was my question. And again, this I think is pertinent to whether there would be a special election in the spring or summer or not, and just the traditional regular city election, municipal and likely preliminary that would precede that. Could we, and there would clearly be a significant cost associated with it, but could we send an absentee ballot application to every registered voter in the city of Boston? Is there any prohibition on doing that?
No, there is not. Obviously, cost is of the utmost importance there, but yes, we can do that as long as legislation passes to extend vote by mail past March 31st. If that does not pass, mailing an absentee ballot to every single voter in the city, you do need a reason for voting absentee, which is absent, a physical disability, or religious belief that prohibits you from going to the polls in order to request an absentee ballot.
So that
vote by mail is no excuse.
So that's a relevant point. And again, I think we'll save this for another hearing. I think it's outrageous that the state current law exists in such a way that an individual can't just request an absentee ballot. I think we're one of a handful of states in the country that has that archaic prohibition. So I'm hopeful we can change that going forward. That's not pertinent to this hearing right now. But if nothing were to happen and the state law were to not be changed, we could not, on our own volition, if we deemed it a worthy expenditure, again, whether it be a special election or this in sooner or the regularly scheduled election this fall, we could not send a absentee ballot. We could send a letter, presumably. There's no prohibition on sending letters to registered voters, but we could not send an absentee ballot application to every voter unless the state law was changed.
Unless the state law changed, correct, to expand vote by mail, that does not require a reason to absentee vote.
Okay, and then that's helpful, and I know I'm coming up close to my 5 minutes. Are there other statutory prohibitions that limits what we can do in terms of administering elections? In other words, could we, on our own, if we're willing to pay for it, establish an increase in early voting sites and early voting hours, or would we need state enabling legislation to do that?
We would also need state legislation to expand early voting. That also expires on March 31st.
Okay. That's helpful for now. That's all I have, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sabino, thank you, Commissioner Tavares.
Thank you very much. Councillor Braden, then I'll go, and then we go back to the public until they're, for a long time, unless any of my colleagues would like to do another round after some significant amount of public testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I've got a tickle. I just had a question. I think this is probably a question for Sabino. In the absence of somebody from the State Elections Department, Secretary of State. Excuse me. What happens if we send a, what happens if the mayor resigns before a home rule petition has passed at the State House? So there's that sort of no man's land, if I may call it that, where we don't have a home rule petition passed, and we have an order in our, as far as I understand, in a charter that said we have to have a special election forthwith. Is that how it's going? Is that how it would go down, or is there any wiggle room there?
I'd have to check with legal counsel on that. That is something that's a little bit out of my realm to answer.
Okay, I think that might be a question. Pardon me, a question for our working session.
Yeah, well, just as a point of clarification, yes, it may be for language. There's also the potential that's the reason why we're doing this, when we're doing this, to hopefully get it up to the State House and to get this done. So just to be clear, that's part of the reason, because of so many unknowns, that we're trying to land this plane.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Sabino.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Councilor Braden, did I cut you off? Did you have other questions?
In the interest of hearing from our public testimony, I will give up my time, what's left of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just very quick, in terms of your experience, Sabino, you've been here as Councilor Flaherty noted for many, many years in working in our election department. Have you ever experienced a special election like this before a prelim within 5 months or so?
We have experienced many special elections. Back in 2001, I like to say,
But
we had 10 special elections in 1 year.
I'm sorry, you had what?
10 special elections in 1 year. And it was combination of state reps that moved on to become state reps. I mean, state senators, which vacated the state rep seat, and so on and so forth. So there was quite a bit of movement going around on that. So yes, we have administered many special elections going on during a regularly scheduled municipal election or regularly scheduled state election.
And in any of those situations, to talk about the cost, the man or woman power it takes to do that appropriately. Could you speak to what that must have felt like or been like for your department, for city workers? Because I think that's something that's an argument, or that's a perspective that I really want to draw out. It's that there are people who got to do the work to get democracy done right. And I want to thank you and the commissioner for all of your dedication and hard work, but let's speak to that hard work that has to be done to get it right.
Yeah, and we're blessed to have a staff that is willing to dedicate their time when it's necessary. Our staff in this past fall, starting, I'd like to say the second week of July, worked pretty much 7 days a week, between 12 to 15 hours a day, straight through until November 20th, give or take. It was an immense asking of our staff. They are willing to do it if it's needed. Part-time staff was brought in to help and assist. So like Commissioner Tavares had said at the beginning, if the task is there and we have to perform, we will find a way to perform it.
Never a doubt in our minds that you would find a way. I think what we'd like to hear is how hard it is. I mean, it doesn't mean that I'm not doubting that you guys could do it. I think what I want to hear is about the practical, when you have a special and you have back-to-backs in the months, We talked about signature gathering. We talked about all of this. And I don't believe there was a pandemic in 2001, right? So these are all conditions that you're dealing with. And I think I just want people to understand that that is also a real consideration for folks, is the impact on city workers who do a good job. And I want to thank you for all the good work you do. The other thing I want to address in the room, and just to be very brief, because I don't want it to actually, the focus of today's conversation is special or no special, right? And so, and thus far, I haven't actually heard any arguments or any proponents to have the special. So I don't know that there's really much disagreement in this room, actually. But I want to be very clear. I did ask for advice, which is normal. That advice was given to my colleagues, also to the State Ethics Commission, also to the Corporation Council. As several of my colleagues have stated, the final voice on ethical considerations is the State Ethics Commission. And as several of my colleagues demonstrated, they went directly to that commission for an opinion that impacts them. That's good, that's the process. And that is, I just want to be clear. When we talk about intentionality and we talk about why people did things, I don't believe, and I hope no one questions my intentionality when it comes to women of color, to Black women, or that in any way, shape, or form, my friends who are running for office, that I would question their integrity or their voice or their ability to be present. And if that is the interpretation you have from any of these actions, well, that's the interpretation I guess you choose to have. But I'm telling you what was in my heart and in my mind when I asked the question. And to my friend and to the competent, kind attorney who I work with, Christine O'Donnell, I don't want you to ever think I questioned what you did, why you did it. You answered a question. We are all lawyers. We can disagree and not be disagreeable. At the end of the day, my colleagues went to the highest source on this. They have spoken. The process is continuing. We will have a working session on Friday at 2 p.m. We will discuss the language, and then we will have a vote on the 3rd. This is moving, as I promised it would. So now, moving on with this conversation, I wanted to go to back to public testimony. And the folks in line to speak, because I was the last counselor, unless any other, I don't think any other counselors wanted to or can, are here. I will go to, I have up next, Lee Nave, Abdi Ali, Ashley Rose, and then we have a group of Chinese Progressive Association members. And so we will give them that time. It's about 5 or 6, and they will be not doing simultaneous translation. So we will need to give them that space of time. So that'll take a little bit of time. So if Lee Nave is available. I don't know if I think he's here. If not, sorry, I'm getting text messages. All right, Lee, then Abdi Ali, East Boston. Hopefully he's still on.
Hello, Counselor, I am on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Lydia Edwards, and member of the council. It's really great to say the word Madam Chair. I grew up when the council was all male, so it's really nice to be able to say Madam Chair. And this year's Black History Month theme is the Black family representation, identity, and diversity. So I'm very proud to say that. I am, as a civically engaged citizen, organizer, activist, and a lifelong resident of East Boston, I am asking you all to vote yes for the home rule petition to avoid a special election to replace Mayor Walsh. When passed, this home rule petition will result in greater stability and a more equitable, safer, and a lower cost of mayoral election. We ask that you pass this legislation through the City Council quickly and work to move the legislation through the State House process. As Councilor Kim Janey stated earlier, we rarely agree on things in the city and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 99% of the time, I do not agree with Governor Baker or Mayor Marty Walsh. But one thing we all collectively agree this time around is to cancel the special elections. Holding a special mayoral election might lead to four people serving as mayor between February 2021 and January 2021. We need stable leadership during this unprecedented global health and financial crisis in light of COVID-19. High participation in two safe elections will lead to greater public trust in our democratically elected leadership, which is crucial for the city's COVID-19 relief and recovery efforts. Simply put, canceling the special election will put public health and equity first. Black, Indigenous, and people of color have faced the brunt of COVID-19 pandemic. In this critical moment, when our city has awoken to the importance of focusing on equity, we believe Black, Indigenous, and Latinx community, immigrant people with disabilities, low-income people, and essential workers must have a voice in electing the next mayor of Boston without fear of catching COVID-19. With the expiration of vote by mail and expanded voting on March 31st, 2021, a special election would likely rely on in-person voting. Holding two additional elections indoor venue creates unnecessary risk spreading COVID-19, which my community of East Boston has been impacted tremendously. Additionally, the city must hold primarily and a general election. Holding two city-wide elections which would cost an estimated additional $3 million. As an organizer and activist of East Boston, my community is facing displacement, eviction, food insecurity, and housing insecurity. That funding could be used for my community. Just last night, I attended where we were fighting to keep family in their home. So I highly recommend and highly urge the councilor to be able to cancel the special election and support the home rule petition. On top of that, as a product of Boston, as somebody who grew up in Boston, it's time for me to see a mayor who looks like me, a mayor who sounds like me, and a mayor who represents me the most. Thank you for your time, and thank you for putting the hearing together.
Thank you. We have Lee Nave. Don't know what's going on. I'm getting told he's here.
Councillor Edwards, I suspect it may be under Codman Square, NDC. I know that's where Lee works.
Aha, thank you. If folks are not under the names that they signed up for, it makes it a little difficult for me. I see. Okay. There we go.
Hi, sorry about that. I must have been on a work call before I got on to this call, so I apologize. I'm a failure. Good evening. My name is Lee Nave. I am an Alston resident and a community organizer in multiple neighborhoods in the city. I live with my wife, an immigrant from Indonesia who's lived in the city for over 20 years, and my son, an eight-month-old. Neither of them can vote because of legal status, and one because he can't talk yet. Therefore, as the sole voter in the household, I represent all of us every time I, as an American citizen, use my privilege of the ballot. This makes me pay attention more than ever to what's going on in the city I want my family to grow and thrive in. I want to thank the chair, Councilor Edwards, and the author, Councilor Arroyo, for putting this home rule petition before the city for us to really explore in depth as is possible. As a voter, a resident, and a Black man, I want our system to be equitable as possible, and even as important, as safe as possible. In a time where we've seen over 1,000 of our neighbors taken due to a worldwide pandemic, we need to ensure that our future as a city has leadership that values public health and the voices of its citizens to the utmost. I am in support of today's home rule petition with the optimistic hope that we can explore permanent solutions to end such practices, that of special elections. I'm happy to see Rep. Holmes fighting in the State House in support of such solutions. I'm even hopeful as we consider Friday's working session before the vote on the 3rd, that we can lay the groundwork for such a move to be made by the leaders of our city in the most or not so far future. However, as I've examined discussions over the last couple of weeks that have led us to today, I have concerns. This process from the outside of the halls of the City Hall have been pretty disappointing to witness. Folks have pointed fingers at each other as City Council staff with reckless abandonment. More shade that you could find under a weeping willow tree in the middle of July in Savannah, Georgia has been thrown. If it can be legal memos, who said what, poison pill amendments, etc., there has been a massive cesspool of unnecessary tension. It's politics, we know this. I know this. I basically just want the infighting to stop. I want us to continue to value what is most important, democracy. This is the time to unite under the goal of protecting the city from dangers we really have never seen. Not to use another Georgia reference, but I basically don't give a damn whom you support or why for mayor. Backroom, cloakroom deals, don't care. We are talking today about preserving democracy and saving lives as a community organizer. That is why I am in the business of doing personally. I know that's why most of you ran for office, to serve, amplify, and preserve the rights of your residents. So do it. I'll even mediate the Oslo Accords with you like I'm Jimmy Carter. Sorry for another Georgia reference. It could be virtual on Zoom or socially distanced on the corner on Com Ave. Thank you all for listening, and I look forward to this home rule petition being passed, signed by the mayor, ran through the State House, and signed by the governor well before St. Patrick's Day. And I look forward to the very practice of special elections to be ended sooner than later in our Commonwealth so can have true equity in this democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. Moving on, Ashley Rose, and then again, we have a group of members from the Chinese Progressive Association who will be speaking, and we'll just give them they're going to take more than the average 2 minutes. As I explained, they will do their testimony in Chinese, and then it will be explained or translated in English. I'm also getting word that our Spanish interpreter, unfortunately, may have to leave, and so I am doing one last call for folks for that interpretation, and for anybody who doesn't make testimony today, you can always submit testimony in any language to the City Council, and it'll become part of this record. Okay, and we'll be working on making sure that we can have all languages accessed and done, and as part of our system, when we take on the ordinance from Julia Mejia on language access ordinance in the future. That's we're gonna do that. Okay, so not today. We're not gonna do it. So Ashley Rose, and then the Chinese Progressive Association. I don't see, I'll call her again. While we wait for Ms. Rose, why don't we go ahead and just give the group, the Chinese Progressive Association, the time. Are they prepared? I see Karen is there. Karen?
Yeah, hi Lydia, thank you.
Welcome.
I don't see Jen Hua Tang she's been listening the entire time, but I don't see her on the attendee list. Whoever has the power to do that, if you could unmute her, that would be great.
Okay.
Jen Hua Tang, JIAN HUATANG. 通電話你聽唔聽到？ 佢哋試下咧會幫你係取消個靜音，咁跟住咧就江麗瓊啊，咁陣間佢哋會我會叫佢哋靜你嘅音，咁然之後咧就淑玲。
而家唔係開靜音係咪？
而家你等阿湯建華講咗先啦。So Miss Jane can testify now if you guys want to figure out how to get
解除咗啦。
解除咗。Okay, you have June's phone. Okay, 咁湯建華你講先啦。
係咪一段段講，還是成篇講晒？
一段段講啊。
好。大家好嚇，我係波士頓華人前進會嘅共同主席，我叫湯建華，我住喺沙湖 N 嘅統一樓。
My name is Jianhua Tang. I'm one of the co-chairs for the Chinese Progressive Association. I live in Unity Tower in the South End.
而家波士頓而家做緊嗰個市長馬田窩樹咧，好快就要上任去聯邦做勞工部長啦。咁有關要選出新市長嘅位置咧，呢個特別選舉咧，我代表華人前進會表示支持嗰個取消特別選舉嘅草案。
As we all heard, Mayor Walsh will be leaving office to be the Secretary of Labor. On behalf of the Chinese Progressive Association, I'd like to express my support for the Home Rule petition to cancel the special elections.
而家喺波士頓咧，新冠肺炎嘅疫情咧，依然係好嚴重嘅。佢嚴重咁影響咗我哋居民嘅日常生活同埋生命嘅安全。我哋每一日都喺度提心吊膽咁過日子。你話如果喺6月、8月、9月、11月進行4次嘅選舉市長，我哋認為呢個係極其不妥當同埋相當危險嘅行為。
We're currently in a pandemic. The COVID numbers continue to rise. Residents' lives, health, and safety are under threat. People are living under a lot of stress. If we have elections in June, August, September, and November, it means that we'll have 4 elections to elect a new mayor. I believe this is unnecessary, inappropriate, and risky.
就算冇呢個疫情都好啦。1年裏邊咧有4次選舉，係選同樣嘅一個市長個職位，唔好用。基本上咧有2輪，一個咧就係初選同埋大選，嗰個市長咧選舉同時發生嘅，呢個對市民咧造成混亂。點解咧？因為我哋對參選嗰個市長嘅候選人嘅政綱咧，我哋都唔了解。我哋點樣去選出一個正確嘅市長出嚟呢？所以會造成混亂。參選嘅人呢都冇完善嘅嗰個時間準備呢個綱領，話俾我哋選民聽。咁我哋要選邊個呢？唔可以亂咁選嘅啫咩？係咪啊？民選官要選個好個官出嚟先得㗎。選民呢亦都冇充分時間去了解呢啲候選人嘅政綱嘅情況，所以咧好難作出選擇。
Even without a pandemic, with 4 elections or 2 sets of mayoral elections happening simultaneously, it will create a lot of confusions for voters, regardless if they speak English or not. Candidates will not have sufficient time to prepare for the campaign and debate their platforms amongst them. Voters won't have enough time to understand each candidate's platform to make a clear choice for mayor. And this is an especially important time for us to be really clear where the candidate stands on the issue that's important to the community.
而且每一次選舉咧需要花費300萬，加上呢個候選人嘅競選經費花費，呢啲資金倒不如用嚟應付目前新冠疫情急需要嘅地方， 幫助呢個民眾渡過呢個難關，呢個先至係最緊要嘅問題。
Additionally, each election the elections will cost about $3 million. And then there's also candidates' campaign spending. This money could be used for residents to get through this difficult time for people who are impacted by COVID.
我認為咧，應該係以人為本，人嘅生命應該放喺第一位，所以唔需要進行特別嘅選舉。希望各位議員咧快啲通過，多謝各位。
If we believe that we put people first, if we put people's lives first, we should cancel the special elections. And I hope that council members will vote to move this issue as soon as possible. Thank you.江麗瓊，你有冇辦法可以取消靜音 ？Okay， 你講啊。So we'll move on to the next person. 你講啊，江麗瓊。Can someone help unmute the name that with the Chinese characters on it, Miss Zhang?
Sure.
Let's see.
Still muted.
Oh, muted. So I think she's also on the phone. I think her phone number might be the 407-284-6. If you can unmute her, that would be great.
I see that number. Okay.
Oh, that's Su Ling. Okay.
得未啊？得啦。
呢個係阿玲係咪啊？定係阿江麗瓊？
江麗瓊。
哦，江麗瓊你講啊 ，Go ahead。
OK， 好。咁我講下。
OK， 你講。
大家好。我叫江麗瓊，係前進會嘅會員。我住在57 Old Landing Way， 超市灘。
Good evening, everyone. My name is Li Ching Jiang. I live at 57 Old Landon Way in Charlestown. I'm a member of the Chinese Progressive Association.
我認為咧，唔應該舉辦呢個特別嘅選舉。響呢個短短幾個月，如果要連續4次嘅選舉咧，真係勞民傷財。
I believe that we should not have the special elections. Within just a few months, having 4 elections will cost the city and hardship for people.
而且咧，對於我哋咁樣嘅英文都唔係幾精通嘅人嚟講咧，都會帶嚟種種困難。
And especially for people who are not proficient in English, it will be especially difficult.
有些選民咧，又可能要申請4次都係缺席嘅選票。
So what it means is that some voters might have to request 4 absentee ballots.
佢係如果咧，佢係然後咧再寄翻嚟選舉，咁啊又係要4次，咁我哋咧就搞到咧我哋自己咧都弄唔清係咩問題。而且咧，我哋收到嘅信咧都唔明白講咩嘢，又要求人哋拉我哋講解釋係咩回事。咁係咪對我哋一竅不通嘅英文不懂嘅人係咪好大嘅困難咧？
And then we have to fill out the ballot 4 times and then mail them back. And especially for people who are not English speaking, sometimes they can't tell which mail is for what. And it will create a lot of confusion where people actually end up not able to vote.
總嘅嚟講咧，如果咁樣選法咧，就搞到我哋暈頭轉向，搞唔清講咩嘢。咁啊，再加上咧，我哋嘅年紀又唔係細啦， 都年紀已經有翻咁上下，再有啲長者咧，仲比我哋年紀大嘅，咁樣你話嗌佢哋去嗰個選舉，係咪有啲影響啊？而家個疫情咁嚴重。
And you know, I'm an elderly, but I'm not that old. For some people who are even older than me, it'll be even more confusing. They'll need a lot of help, but during this time to get help is not that easy.
響過去嘅2020年，咁郵件咧都要話額外時間，而且有好多信都寄錯咗地點嘅，一係咧就收唔到。咁樣你話我哋點樣去進行選舉咧？佢有些人咧，有啲人咧仲收唔到郵件㗎，咁樣咧佢又驚咯噃。而家收到啲信件咧，都唔係咁敢亂咁打開。咁你話係咪咁樣做法咧？係咪唔方便我哋呢啲選民啊？
And we also know that in 2020, mailings take extra time, and that a lot of mail also went to the wrong places. And then we also know that there's some elderly, they don't want to open their mails right away because of COVID, so that deadlines could be missed.
如果咁樣選法咧，只有放棄，即係唔係話支持同埋咩啦？咁放棄咗，咁等於即係冇選，係咪？咁即係話你舉辦呢個咪唔實際啊？
So we don't want the confusions that are created by the multiple elections makes people give up their vote.
我覺得咧就對於市長呢個位置啊，認為咧特殊嘅時期咧就要特殊嘅應付啦。舉辦呢個一個咧就要花人力物力。
So, for the election for the next mayor, we have a unique situation. So we need to have a unique approach for it. And to me, I think the money and labor put on the election could be for better use.
咁樣咧，如果你花咁多人力物力，唔一定效果好好，又選到更好嘅市長出嚟，係咪？咁咧，我哋嘅建議咧，佢係將特殊嘅選舉花嗰啲錢啊，用喺補貼而家疫情受影響嘅人群中，仲好一啲。就係呢啲係最大嘅大方向嚟嘅。
And with 4 elections, it doesn't create a better result, like a more democratic election. So I believe the resources really should be put in residents in need.
我哋覺得咧，如果今年咧係常規9月份嘅選舉，11月份嘅大選就夠㗎啦，2次就已經好㗎啦，已經夠啦。
I think that having just the September and November election is sufficient for voters to participate fairly.
咁如果係搞多2場嘅咧，特別選舉嘅咧，而且咁樣咧，就對啲居民嘅生活個穩定咧，同埋市府呢個工作咧，就好似唔係幾合適咁啦。
And in fact, the additional special elections would create instability to the city and to the resident.
咁我今日講嘅就咁多啦，多謝，唔該晒。
And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. 阿淑玲咧，你有冇辦法可以取消靜音啊？阿淑玲，佢嗰度寫住係你可以講嘅，你就係用你嘅電話嗰度取消嗰個靜音。We're trying to get the next voter to unmute. She's on the call. She's the last phone number is 28 846, I see that it says permit, but I don't think she knows how to unmute. 宋玲，你有冇辦法可以睇你個電話裏邊咧取消嗰個靜音啊？因為佢嗰度係俾你取消靜音嘅，咁你要自己個電話嗰度校咧先至得㗎。Don't know what's going on. 阿素玲，或者你可以撳星6睇下得唔得？ So I'm trying to get her to see if through her phone, if pressing *6 would help. Aling 係咪？得啦，你講啊。
OK， 你等一陣 ，OK。聽到未啊？
聽到。
OK 啦，係嘛？我講啦嗱嚇。
OK， 你講啊。
OK， 大家好，我叫梁玲，我就住喺9號 Mission Park Drive Boston。咁咧，我代表我哋東北大學嗰啲人都反對今年嘅短幾個月嘅時間舉辦4次嘅選舉，即係因為而家疫情嘅情況咧，我哋對於我哋打工一族咧真係好困難，又掛住上班啦，冇時間抽出去選舉。咁我哋做緊大學個飯堂咧，啲學生又要翻嚟食嘢，我哋必須要去做工，要等啲未來個總統有飽飯食，我哋冒着生命嘅危險去做工。翻譯先係嘛？
Okay. So my name is Suling Leung. I live at 9 Mission Park Drive in Boston. I work as at the Northeastern University cafeteria. I have talked about this issue with a lot of my coworkers, and we all agree that we should not have a special election, mainly because, you know, during the pandemic, you know, when we prepare to go to work, it takes a lot of extra time and people are under a lot of stress.
其實我哋每日返工都提心吊膽，但係我哋冇辦法為未來嘅總統為啲學生而擔心冒險去為佢哋服務。佢哋要食飯，我哋又要食飯，我哋又要為家人，我哋又要為家人嘅醫療保險，為仔女做好自己嘅保險。如果萬一有咩事嘅話咧，我哋特別而家呢個疫情嗰啲保險冇咧就好麻煩。而家咧呢個疫情嘅時候咧，我哋有工做，我哋都想做㗎啦，都為冒着生命嘅危險去做工。咁咧為咗生活咧就冇辦法要去上班。咁係咧就即係你講話去選舉幾次嗰啲，真係花咁多時間。事實我哋打工一族，我哋冇辦法能夠去應付到咁多次嘅選舉。希望你哋取消呢個特別嘅選舉。特別咧，我哋冇時間去了解，唔知邊個係市長候選人啦。咁咧最好我哋市民嘅希望係能夠選翻好似以前個市長咁樣係最好啦，為我哋啲市民擔憂解難咁頂風頂雨咁幾好啦嚇。我講完啦，多謝大家。
So I just want to, you know, I think that probably something that a lot of working people share, you know, the stress that we're going through. While I'm happy that I have a job, but we also have to work in the cafeteria to serve the students. You know, going to work, being at work is scary because if we get COVID, it impacts ourselves and then in our family. Even with the stress, we still, you know, go to work. Even sometimes I feel like it may be unsafe, but that's because I have to pay for rent. My whole family rely on my health insurance. So, so I have no choice but to risk my life to work every day. And in terms of an election, you know, we don't need all these different elections to determine who is the best candidate. We just really need to know where they stand, you know, in terms of the issues that we're working people faced with. And to me, I feel like it only makes sense to just have 2 elections decide who the mayor is. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. So I think we have someone else, Miss Yang, who had to leave, and I will send the written, she had prepared something and I will send that. And then I think we also have Chu Huang. She's actually going to be speaking in English, speaking on behalf of the Chinatown Residents Association. And I think she's on the participant list. I believe she was on.
Let me just check. I hear a number coming on. Is someone on the phone?
That was Sue Lane. I think she was just figuring out how to mute herself.
And who is the participant who is
Chu Huang, CHUHUANG. Let me text her again.
I don't see her on the.
Okay.
We'll just
So I'll ask her to submit her testimony in an email as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony and coming forth, and we really appreciate it. We're going now to continue down the public testimony. We have, and I'll give some people some time, a little headway. James Hills, Jared Jones, Roberto Jimenez, Frank Farrow, Annie Lovo, give a little bit of time to get adjusted up, make sure people are ready to testify. So,
yeah, I can testify.
James, is that you? Okay, yes. Feel free, go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening to the Honorable Councilors Edwards, Arroyo, and Campbell, and President, soon to be acting Mayor Kim Janey, and other members of the council. I will start with the model or theme curated by Sean P., Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, now Diddy, Combs, used to mobilize the Black vote a few years ago. The theme was Vote or Die. It is in that understanding and my own experiences of deaths due to COVID that I convey to you and compel you to forego the special election. Anything less will cause many to vote and die, not or, but and die. As many has previously stated or noted, the CDC, the state, and the city's health commission stats confirm that Black and brown Bostonians are dying at higher rates than any other marginalized community in Boston. It has been stated that COVID-19 has impacted our lives. Well, COVID-19 has ended many, and a no vote will potentially cause more death, pain, and trauma. Consider what will happen to the positivity rate, currently over 11% in many of Boston's Black and brown zip codes. I firmly believe that if this council does not vote to forego the special election, it will potentially increase the deaths of many of Black and brown Boston voters. We do well at considering the impact on elder voters, but what about the 300 plus young people registered by Kerry Mays and Gang Votes who will vote for the first time and potentially contract COVID-19 and take it home to other elders, potentially with comorbidities causing more death, more pain, and more trauma? Think about that. Let's not mention the cost of 4 elections, $3 million. Yeah, there's some other line items that could use that support. Again, anything less then a yes to forego the special election is causing Black and brown Boston to potentially vote and die. Thank you, respectfully.
Thank you so much, and thank you for staying within the 2 minutes. I wanted to acknowledge, though I don't know if he's going to be testifying, Councillor Representative Adrian Modero from East Boston has joined us for some of the conversation. Again, he didn't sign up to testify, so I apologize if I'm spotting you, Adrian. I just wanted to acknowledge that you came. So just text or send something to let me know if you want to testify. Just going in order, though, we're going on to Jared Jones.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. More than anything, I'm frustrated and I'm disappointed that we're sort of so deep into this conversation. I understand that it's a necessary conversation, but we all seem to be on the same page that the special election ought to be skipped. And it's concerning that there are folks who are willing to sacrifice even one life for an additional election. And I want to know what would be the advantage of having an additional election. Any of us who's worked in the nonprofit or public sector knows that the more asks you make of people, even if it's for their own good or they want the help, they requested the help, you make another additional ask, the participation goes down that much. That's just the nature of things. I think that one person mentioned early on setting a precedent. What type of precedent does it set? The precedent's already been set in Lawrence, and it's been fortified by the state courts. So then the precedent's also a good precedent. It's putting the voters first, their safety first, and ensuring that all candidates have a chance to come out and make their names known. So the precedent, whatever the precedent is, has been set, and it's a good precedent to follow. Furthermore, I think that it's been made clear there's no conflict of interest for any counselor that wants to run who may go ahead and vote. And I just can't, I really want to know, for all of, beyond the Black and brown aspect of it, it's instability for the city, and you are quite literally risking lives, and one life is too many. So I want to know why there would be value in having a special election, and why is it worth risking someone's life to do that? So to end it and keep it short, I'm in favor of this petition filed by Councilor Arroyo, and it needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly so that we can lead and move forward through this pandemic.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much. Roberto Jimenez, Frank Faro, Annie Lovo, and then the next group would be Amanda, Jusino, Luis, Elisa, Sue Sullivan. Roberto Jimenez. We will go ahead. I know he submitted written testimony earlier, so he may have had to step away. Frank Farrow from Levante, Boston. All right, I see Annie is already online, however, so we're going to go to Annie.
Buenas noches, Lidia, no escucho la traducción al español, pero voy a hablar en español, no sé si escuchan los de inglés.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Annie Lobo, vivo en East Boston y voy a hablar un poco sobre el impacto que sería para nuestra comunidad tener una elección especial, por lo cual estamos en desacuerdo realizar una este año en una época coyuntural que tenemos una pandemia. He trabajado por más de 10 años tocando puertas, haciendo llamadas, etcétera, en diferentes acciones y elecciones, y por eso puedo decir firmemente que realizar una elección especial sería un impacto grande para nuestra comunidad. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos en un segundo año de pandemia y el City Hall debe ser la primera entidad que debe practicar las mínimas normas de seguridad a la comunidad que por un año hemos estado diciendo manténgase, quédese en casa, haga todas las normas de sanitación que debe hacer. Y muchos de nuestros votantes prefieren a veces salir a votar porque no les gusta votar temprano, no les gusta votar por email, porque dicen que nadie les asegura que su voto ha sido contado. Entonces todo eso lo sé por más de 10 años que tengo experiencia de tocar puertas hablando con miles de votantes. Por la pandemia el año pasado fue difícil hablar con nuestros votantes porque decidimos cuidar a los vecinos y a nuestros voluntarios tanto contacto y evitar más contagios. Entonces, lo que significa todavía que va a ser más difícil hacer contacto directo con ellos debido al clima y a todas las normas que debemos tener para eso. Solamente recordar que la comunidad más afectada por el COVID han sido las comunidades negras, indígenas de color y en particular en East Boston la comunidad latina. Tenemos esta elección por ahora inmediata no sería inclusive ni saludable. Tenemos como red de apoyo de ayuda mutua en East Boston más de 2,000 familias. Este día he hablado como con 3 familias que todos tienen coronavirus y nadie puede salir realmente a recoger comida ni nada de eso porque ellos han decidido no salir y estamos tratando de apoyarles en eso. Pero ¿qué significa eso? Que están perdiendo los trabajos, deben la renta, van a ser desalojados, deben biles, todos los gastos básicos que ellos deben tener. Entonces, recomendaríamos que en vez de hacer una elección especial, si esos fondos pueden ir directamente a las familias más afectadas, que andan buscando una ayuda hasta de $50 para poder cubrir sus necesidades básicas. A veces quizás no entendemos que no tener $1 para nosotros no es fácil escucharlo porque nosotros quizás tenemos, aunque sea $1 en nuestra bolsa o mucho más, pero mucha de nuestra gente que está siendo afectada, hemos escuchado las preocupaciones de nuestra gente y emocionalmente está afectando a los niños principalmente, los ancianos, mujeres solteras, madres solteras y las familias en general. ¿Y eso a qué nos lleva? Nos lleva realmente a un uso más de los servicios que da el gobierno, como el food stamp, como el desempleo, como los pagos de biles y todo eso, nos lleva a usar más los servicios del gobierno. ¿Por qué? Porque no estamos trabajando, porque no hay trabajo por ahora por todas las restricciones y todo lo de la pandemia que estamos realmente en casos críticos. También eso nos afecta psicológicamente, entonces estamos utilizando más en los hospitales, conseguir psicólogos, porque para los niños es difícil estar en escuela todas las 8 horas online, los niños tienen estrés y todo eso, entonces hay que a veces que llevar los niños a los psicólogos y todo eso nos está afectando realmente. Y los padres estamos preocupados porque no tenemos trabajo, porque no sabemos cómo pagar la renta. Entonces, por lo tanto, consideramos que esta elección es suficiente con tener una elección primaria y una elección general y se debe invertir el dinero que podemos gastar en toda una elección especial en la comunidad, en el pueblo. Y pedimos que voten sí en la petición para suspender elecciones especiales y poner la salud y la equidad en primer lugar. Gracias.
Thank you so much. That will be part of our official record. I don't know if any of our, yes, Council Mejia.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to let you know that I got a text from Ashley Rose.
Oh, here?
She missed her calling, and I did advise her that I would let you know, and if you were allowing her to speak, that I would notify her.
Absolutely. Do you want to go ahead and have her sign on and come back on?
Yep, I will.
Thank you so much, Annie, for that wonderful testimony.
Thank you, Lady.
So proud of you, Anube, and having your voice. For those, I didn't take notes fast enough, but I want to be very clear. Anube made their stance that they do not want this special election. They don't believe that it is necessary, nor does it really deal with the practical reality of COVID and the health impacts that already East Boston is overly burdened with. And he went much more into detail from Nube's stance on the amazing, on the incredible burdens that families in East Boston are facing now, and where honestly that money could be best served to make sure that the community is more healthy, and that they find that the current stricture as it is to go straight to a general would would actually help with democracy. So I'm sorry, I'm just kind of chopping up and grabbing the sections and chunks of testimony that I could jot down. If any of my colleagues who speak better Spanish than me, or any of them caught other things that they would like to present now, that's fine. Otherwise, Annie's testimony is currently on the record, and I do believe we have written testimony as well from Nube. Okay. Thank you. So just real quick, we'll go to, I said Amanda Justino, Luis Elisa. I will go ahead, and if Ms. Rose is back as well, she can come sign on, and just when she's here, raise her hand. So thank you, Annie. Amanda Justino. Luis Elisa.
Louis.
Louis, I'm so sorry. Luis. Louis. Is Louis on?
Okay.
I sent Ashley my link. I'm not sure if it was the right link. I just sent her mine. I didn't know.
Okay. Louis? Honorable Louis?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you very much for
you
your
very
patience with me. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and for the amount of testimony that's come forward. It's all has been very relevant and necessary in order for us to establish a working and productive community. I thank you, Chairwoman Edwards, for this opportunity. I thank the President, and I thank the members of the council who stayed on, because it is quite important. It doesn't make sense for me to reiterate all the good things that were said and all the important things were said, but I want to reiterate how clear and important it is. I'm a person who spent more than 50 years in government service, spent a number of time in the city council, a number of years with the state, and a number of years for the President of the United States representing. I've been involved in more than 100 elections, about half of them, involving local representatives throughout the city of Boston and other parts of this state and the country. I understand the importance of election. I understand the importance of the rule of law. I understand the young man who brought up the issue about not changing laws to make it convenient for any one person or any group. But I also understand, that the reality that we are facing here in terms of this bill, this home rule petition that is we're going forward, is that we're trying to make sense out of nonsense. It comes about because there are some things that go back to the 18th century, that says if you don't do it this way, you may have things that would create a problem for the public in general, or create one side getting more than the other. But the reality we're facing here is that in this time, in the challenge that we're facing, the healthcare demands, the social demands, the political demands, the issue of all the impacts that are taking place in our public schools, the resources that get wasted on a process of this nature, it doesn't make sense. I don't care who you are, Black or white, Latino or Asian, wherever you live, you're impacted by this healthcare crisis that is affecting and impacting our community. To take resources and use them or misuse them in this way would not make sense. To take resources and in order to say that we're going to follow a process, of course, has been in place, in a sense defies the idea that we have a concept in which you can put forth a petition and ask to be supported, under the concept of the Commonwealth, and them having a say in what goes on in the city of Boston. So I'm urging the members of the council who may have some doubt and may have some questions to look at what the benefit's going to be. Look at what the challenges are going to be. And as everyone said, having worked with this pandemic here and abroad, I can tell you that each time you take the risk of exposing people, regardless of what they say about a vaccine, it's a risk that's unnecessary. And though we can move forward without doing that, we can give our seniors an opportunity to participate in the electoral process, which they represent a very strong and a very consistent voting voice. We don't want to put them in jeopardy if we don't have to, or we shouldn't want to do that. So I'm going to stand here in support of Arroyo's home rule petition, ask that others think seriously about what we're trying to accomplish here and what we need to have by saying we support our city and our residents all over the city, and letting this process go through so that we can have an election that's full and open and not be, you know, skipping around and trying to get things done for whatever. I don't know the reason we would challenge this, but I thank the councilors who stayed in. I thank those who testified, and I thank you, Lydia, Council Edwards, for holding these hearings. And so that's what I have to say. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. So is Ms. Rose available?
Yes, Ashley Rose says that she's in. I sent her my counselor link, so I'm not sure if someone needs to let her in.
Let me see.
I sent Christine a text message so that they can let Ashley in. She can see, but I don't think we can hear her. Hey, Louis, good to see you.
No.
Hello. Hey, everyone. My apologies for my delay. Just had gotten off work.
No problem.
No, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As a lifelong Bostonian who's been looking for change and looking to stop gentrification, and I know that the city of Boston has stated that racism is now a pandemic. It's my belief that if this is true on the city council's level, on the mayor's level, we will make sure that this special election doesn't happen, because we know that historically that these special elections disenfranchise those who are living in urban communities. This wouldn't be beneficial for us in the midst of a pandemic. I also think about the young voters who are in college, et cetera, that in between their midterms even, where the time period we're trying to even do this election doesn't match up with exams. It doesn't match up with the fact that parents are starting to prepare their children for the MCAS, maybe on Zoom. In the midst of all of this. So there's just so many extra stresses that can be going on, even for our educators. So it's my belief that we should hold off on this for several reasons. Also, just thinking about in the midst of coronavirus, knowing that seniors are top voters, that we're basically setting up an unfair election in the midst of trying to fight white supremacy, not only in Boston, but nationally. So I think this is an opportunity for us to undo our history, create an opportunity for Boston to take a new direction and making sure that everyone's voices are heard. And I think that this goes down to equity and not equality. We know that in regards to equity, the urban community, this would not benefit us, and we need more of a benefit. We need a stool to stand on in order to start to close some of this gap in Boston right now. So with that being said, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, the opportunity for you to hear my perspective, and I hope that you vote against the special election in order to give Black Boston a chance.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for any of the technical back and forth. I'm glad we got you on.
Thank you so much, Linda. I appreciate it.
So let's see. We actually are coming down to about the 4-hour mark, to my surprise. And again, I apologize for those who are waiting for so long that they had to step away, and some of the list has somewhat reduced. I'm going to call out the names again and then also finish the list. To my counselors, or to my colleagues, but we can go back for a second round, but I really hope it's more concluding remarks. But again, if you have any questions to put out there, please feel free. I have, just saying the names again, Amanda Justino, Sue Sullivan, Carrie Mays, Jean-Claude Sanon, and Jovan Lissette. Just wait for that group to kind of get in. Just make sure that some of those folks have already raised their hands and are here. Just making sure. Okay. I see Jovan Lissette. I see Councilor Flater. I see you've raised your hand. We're going to come back to, I'm sorry, Carrie Mays is here. Excuse me. I see. So just going off of, again, I'm going through several screens trying to make sure. So folks, if I missed you at all, my apologies. I'm just trying to make sure I get everybody. So I think and next is Carrie Mays. I see Carrie.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. First off, thank you for giving the opportunity to speak to Docket 0155. To whom it may concern, my name is Carrie Mays. Currently, I am a student at UMass Boston, majoring in business management with a concentration of marketing and minoring in political science. For the past 5 years, I've been a youth activist in the city of Boston doing a tremendous amount of community engagement work, socially, civically, and politically. Most recently, I was one of the youth that helped organize one of the biggest Black Lives Matter protests in Boston for George Floyd. In addition, a group of young people and I, through teen empowerment, created a movement called Gang Votes, where we managed to register over 320 people to vote in the city of Boston right before the presidential election in less than a span of a month.
Wow.
Thank you. To give more insight on who we are, the Boston Community Action Team, aka Gang Votes, is a coalition of youth who focuses on creatively educating young people on the significance of civic engagement. However, it is hard to keep young people civically engaged and community resource informed during a global pandemic. Although COVID-19 may have stopped our daily lives, it did not stop the flow of resources in the movement. Given that our society is in a state of confusion, we must make sure that our communities don't fall a victim to being left behind. Usually, when decisions are being made in times of a crisis, youth are often left out of the conversation. The civic engagement we did before the presidential election took a lot of door knocking, life risking, considering we're in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic, and perseverance. As a young person, I wholeheartedly agree with not having a special election because I believe it will critically impact Black and Brown organizers like us who are doing the work on the ground. In addition, more time allows an opportunity for more leaders to join the mayoral roster. Having a rest election now indubitably forces the community to vote for the options we have now. Also, going by the book and quote, going through with the process has never benefited the Black and Brown community, of which is one of the biggest demographic voting blocks in Boston. We work hard to increase civic engagement in Black and Brown communities where it's reekingly and statistically low. I work with 15-year-olds who passionately encourage and register people to vote. It's time to listen to data and make informative, influenced decisions backed by numbers and try a new way in the legislative process. This is what it means to reform. These traditional structures aren't benefiting us and obviously are slowly deteriorating in front of our own eyes. Traditional ways will always fail to work in an evolving world. This is why I disagree with having a special election. I am in favor of Ricardo Arroyo's petition. Once again, my name is Carrie Mays and I approve this message. Thank you. If there's any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you so very much. And again, thank you, honestly, for increasing the democracy in our city. 300 new voters in time for an election is just amazing. So I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your incredible work. Jean-Claude Fanon and Jovan Lassette.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for allowing me to come in. I had the opportunity to promote this event today throughout my own radio program, informing more people about what was going on today. I want to thank Ricardo Arroyo, who is my counselor, for the initiative that it has put forth. There's no doubt in my mind that I don't think anyone should think otherwise. A special election at this time of this year is just almost impossible, I might say. Scary with the situation of the COVID-19, the numbers that are being echoed into our ears on a daily basis really should give us food for thoughts. What if we're going to be ready for September? Never mind earlier than that. So therefore, this should certainly be put on the back burner, and I support this strongly as far as the home rule is concerned. That's number one. And again, looking at also the people who's going to be disenfranchised on this whole entire movement. you know, sometimes the system doesn't work for us, although it has established for a lot of others, okay? And they are always ready and prompt to move forward. But when you take the immigrant community, you take the Black and Browns community, I'll tell you one thing, though, we are fighting so much to survive in the first place. Coming to do anything special is just not part of our agenda, because we are fighting on a daily basis to really stay alive here in this. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to be in Georgia on the elections, which is November on January the 6th, and I was there, and I've seen a lot happen. And I had interviewed with a lot of the Black peoples down there. And I'll tell you one thing though, Southerners are not like us up here, because they understand the movement, they move with it, and they move forward with it. And I wish that someday they could come around here in Massachusetts to teach us Black folks how to take our freedom seriously, how to really manage to really get involved when we are a majority in the city, okay? Because I remember in 2009 when I was running for city council at large, we were about 53 some odd %. And right now we are a hell of a lot more. But I'll tell you what we need. We need to be organized. We need leaders in the city to really take upon the responsibility to help us get organized. Because it's not just coming into our own turf, take our votes and leave. And we see you next time around again. You guys got to put in the work. This is, this is a work that needs to be done. And therefore, if we're going to increase the voters, you guys need to participate. And I have a message for the Department of that handles the voting, the voting situations here in Boston. They need to put some money out there and really get the people of color organized. In other words, get them to register, get them to vote. I understood that the young lady is taking initiative as such. I've done so. Mass Vote has done so. Because I could remember, and you know, Mass Vote hired me once to really improve the votes numbers in Mattapan, and that year alone, we had increased about 11%. But there are newcomers every day. There are immigrants that are coming back all the time. So the method of education by the Department of Elections needs to be implemented. They need to put some money out there into the minority communities and really get them to understand the meaning of early voting, the meaning of absentee ballots, and so on and so forth. Because these folks are not really educated on it. And the people who are doing this work on the platforms, on the ground, they are also limited in terms of their own resources. Because, you know, when you're looking at the Haitian community, over 100,000 people, all I've got is the radio stations and a television program to do the educations. But I don't have any money to do the work that needs to be done. So the city needs to be putting some money out there really and help out organizing those ethnic communities to really survive and make it through. I'm hoping and praying that common sense will come into our heads, not that the Republicans who are in actions right now, but common sense needs to come to our heads and really apply this home rule and really do what we're supposed to do for the people, by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Siobhan Lissette? You're on mute.
Thank you, Councilor Lydia Edwards. I'm going to keep my time much shorter since I get some of my time to Jean-Claude Sanon.
You want some turkey?
But
Councilor Flaherty, you may want to mute yourself. Councilor Flaherty, mute yourself.
Jack's coming in.
I want to say for the record, I support the home rule petition presented by City Councilor Ricardo Aurora for the many reasons presented today by the individuals as well as the so many different organizations. There's no reason to repeat the many things that's been said throughout the day. I also support the home rules petition because of the more equal playing grounds that it will provide to the wide range of candidates who will participate in the September 2021 primary election. That's very important. And lastly, we the voters do not support a special election at this time. I pray that our city councilors, again, I pray that our city councilors and state elected folks hear what we requested and vote accordingly. Thank you very much. And thank you for what you're doing, Councilor Edwards.
Thank you very much for everyone. We've now heard from everyone that I can, let me just go to the participant list to make sure. There's some people who've been waiting who didn't speak. Okay. If for anyone who may not have signed up but is so moved and wants to speak, who's in the public, who has not spoken yet, if you want to raise your hands, I'd like to let you know. Going once, going twice. Again, for folks who want to participate, feel free. Also, your testimony, you can submit it to us, to the committee. It will be part of the record as well. And so I'm going to go back down through the line of counselors for some, I understood from my counselor silence before that they didn't need a second round of questions, that they were okay with concluding. And so I will point to them. We'll again start with the lead sponsor, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you holding this hearing. I've done my own lengthy marathon hearings, and they're not easy because you're the only one who's got to sit there and move everything and do all of that. So I appreciate that. I also just want to thank the community that has come through and made sure that they were heard throughout this conversation. I've been particularly frustrated myself that it seems like what has been covered and what has been discussed has seemed to remain about what happens to anyone's individual mayoral ambitions and whether or not it may or may not help or hurt somebody's personal goals. And I think what this has done is really center the community and the ways in which this impacts our community and the necessity and the need for this. And I can tell you as the lead sponsor, it is this reason why I'm driving this forward. It's because I knew from speaking to individuals, it's because I know from what this has done, COVID as a pandemic, to our communities, I knew where the need for this was going to be and where the harm was going to be. And I think what we have here as a council is a moment to really react to harm that we can all see coming down the pike and making sure that we're being responsive and proactive rather than reactive to that harm. And so I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure passage of this. It's easier for me to name the organizations opposed to this than it is for me to name the dozens and dozens of organizations that support this. And so I will. Those organizations are none. I don't have any. And so it's much easier for me to do that than to say all the dozens and dozens and dozens of names of organizations that support this. But I want to thank our panels, and I look forward to getting this moved. So thank you, Madam Chair, for scheduling those things and making sure that this moves in the way that it has to move. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for conducting and organizing a very fair and very organized, informative hearing. Thank you to the panelists for your great informative testimony. I know it helped educate many of us. And I know some of my constituents have written in, they sent letters in Chinese. So I'm going to make sure that my staff translates them and provides everyone a copy on the council. I want to make sure that the voices of my constituents are also heard. And that's critical as we go into a voting season. Voting is a civil right. It's a civil right for everybody, especially and including persons with disabilities and our immigrant neighbors and English language learners as well. So again, just want to say thank you to Councillor Edwards for her strong leadership and organizing this important meeting. Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just appreciate your leadership. Thanks, lead sponsor, for putting it forward, and appreciate everyone's.
It's funny, I heard you order a turkey sandwich like 20 minutes before, more clear than I'm hearing your testimony. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Really?
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Councilor Mejia, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
Give him a chance to talk or no?
Go ahead, Councilor Mejia.
Yeah, you missed your turn, Michael. So I just want to say thank you, Councilor Edwards, for hosting this and giving so much time and thought to piece of it, and to Councilor Arroyo for calling this hearing. I think, you know, in many ways I walked in trying to understand why we were even having this conversation, right? Because it was quite clear to me walking in where it would make sense for us to support this without a shadow of a doubt as to why we would all have to sit here and justify the many reasons why we should be advocating on behalf of our own lives to the people who we put in office to represent us. So the fact that we had to do that is really interesting to me in terms of the work that we need to do here in the city of Boston. But nonetheless, I'm here for all of it. And I think that this was the process that was dictated for us to go through. My hope is that we will move this quickly without any amendments. And we need to stop playing games around how we move this as quickly as possible and making sure that everybody that spoke here tonight recognizes when it's time to vote that the people that they voted for will vote in favor of this without any amendments to ensure that the voices of the people were clearly heard without a doubt. And I think that as an activist who now is a politician, I struggle to navigate these two worlds because my heart is deeply rooted in the community and then I have to play these politics inside the space. But I am going to continue to be true to who I am as I navigate. And even if I have to hold myself and my colleagues accountable to the people, I will do that and will continue to do so. And looking forward to a quick and expedited process. And thank you again to all the advocates that spoke, that mobilized, that organized, that got the vote, that got the word out, and spent a lot of time educating people about what this all meant. So thank you to you all who spoke up and who continue to hold us accountable to the work. Thank you.
Councilor Bach.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair, and thanks again to you for holding this hearing and everybody for testifying. I think it's been clear today all the strong reasons for us to postpone the special, and I think that the job for us as a council going forward is just going to be to come to consensus and pass something that we can get up through the State House. So appreciate everybody here. Want to give a special shout out to mass voter table and our elections department and all the people. I feel like a bunch of our heroes tonight are the folks who think every day about how to enfranchise folks. And I've really appreciated hearing from all of them on this. And I think that's important because I think that there is a default question anytime you're going to cancel an election. And I think several people are now acknowledge that. Like, you want to pause for a minute. And that's why I think it was important for us to have a transparent hearing like this, because democracy is really at the core of everything we do. But I think there's good democratic reasons, like I said at the start, and like everybody said today, for us to move on this. So looking forward to it, and want to thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you. Councilor Flaherty has his hand up. So Councilor Flaherty, go ahead.
I didn't realize you couldn't hear, but I obviously thank you, Matt, for your leadership, panelists, and the formative, and look forward to the working session on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to say thank you to everyone for being here today. I especially want to give the greatest thanks to Central staff. We forget that we're here working. They work as long as we work, and usually longer than that. So I want to thank Central staff, all of our staffers, so much for their support. And I want to again thank our interpreter. It is a big deal to have someone be here for the time that she could be here to make sure people could participate. And also to, and along that line, to the CPA and Karen especially, who made sure to bring folks together in a group so that they could participate. With that, I will see you all at 2 o'clock on Friday at the working session. Today's hearing is now closed.